Hello?
Hello.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, let's see here. What's that all
Is
about?
your camera turned
Oh,
on?
uh, if it's not one thing, it's another. Let's see.
I'm on mute. Is he having a hearing problem there? I just opened.
No, I think he's just trying to get his video started, get his
Oh, I
camera.
see.
Yeah.
I'll unmute.
Okay. Oh, that's bad.
Might have to go to my other camera. Hmm.
There he is.
There you are.
Okay, is the microphone working?
Yes, it is.
Well, we'll go with this one. This is the original one. Never works.
But if you got a new computer, you may have to turn your camera on. There should be a switch at the top so that you can turn your camera on or off. It'll light up, but it may not be on. So,
No, I know what the challenge is, so I'm just gonna
okay.
go with the flow.
All right, Mr. Engineer, you
Uh,
go ahead.
yes, I'm going with it. So thanks everybody for coming in to joining the meeting. How has your weekend been so far? Anyone can comment.
Busy, very busy.
Yeah, I understand you had a reunion a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, I did.
Mhm.
In Louisiana, down near Shreveport.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very nice. Very nice. We had about 75, 80 people after 3 months of planning. So that it turned out very well,
Yeah, I,
considering they only took 3 months to plan it.
yeah, I saw some of your videos and some of your pictures. That was that's very enlightening.
Yeah. Yep. My young cousin did a great job.
Has anything else happened? Anyone since we last met? Have you had any new discoveries, or how has your life been? Any new discoveries? Anyone?
Hudson, this is Cora. Excuse me. Excuse me. Cora Hodges. You probably, I don't know if you remember me or not, but you contacted me about 3 or 4 years ago. And I talked to you.
Of course, cousin. Of
Yeah, yeah,
course.
yeah, yeah.
Come
So it's been a
on.
while. It's been a while.
Go
But guess
ahead.
what? I found my kin.
That's a blessing.
Yeah, they're Hensons. And then even around my family tree with the Hensons, mosses still fall under it. I'm not quite sure where it all where it all meets. But my father's Henson, they're from Ohio. He passed away a couple of years back. But yeah, I met them, and it's cool. And I look just like him. He's a little bit darker, but I look just like him. Yeah. So, and the way I found, oh, I don't want to take up time. Yeah,
Go
but I
ahead.
found, oh, the way I found him was, I have a younger brother who passed away, and he had a sister who had the same dad. So she did a DNA test years ago and found out my brother was related. So when I found out that she was driving through to go to Florida, I said, "Why don't you stop by and I'd like to meet you because you're my brother's sister and all." And we started talking, and she was telling me how she found her family. I gave her look. I gave her my information. I've been looking for this man for like 50 years. I gave her my information, and 3 days later, 3 days later, she sent me back pictures, the name, verification, everything. Yep.
Awesome.
Tom Henson. Yeah, it was amazing. I don't know how that all happened, but it's, of course I double checked and everything. And yeah, it's real. Yep. So, because I think I last talked to you about what, 3 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you go to my profile or out there, you'll see Henson's out there, but also you'll see Moss down there somewhere.
Of course, we'll see Moss on there
But
because,
and I just want to give you a little bit more direction to go with.
well, that's good. And I
Yeah,
look forward to having a private meeting with you to
absolutely.
help make some of the connections on that branch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I just wanted to come up. I haven't been on a while, but I said, let me go share my story and put it out there. But yeah, it's
Uh,
been great.
Cora, what did it mean to you to find that information?
In 3 days' time, it really shocked me because I've been looking for a long time. But when she called me, she said, I found him, but unfortunately he passed away years ago. Um, took me back a little bit. But at the same time, she sent me a picture of him, pictures when he was in the military and when he was in high school. And she found it off the internet. Well, under his family tree. Yeah. So after I saw the pictures, it was all right. But yeah, it was a shock. It wasn't a shock to find him passed away, but I would like to have met him. But I talked to my aunties, all three of them. I talked to my cousins. I found out because I have the sickle cell trait. So I found a lot of my younger cousins already passed away. Well, several of them passed away from sickle cell because it ran in
Mm.
my father's family. So I found out about the health part of that. So that was very good to hear. But in fact, when I first met them 2 years ago, one of my cousins who was 26, he just passed away from sickle cell. But I have the trait, so yeah. But a lot of connections, a lot of
And,
connections.
and you've met some first cousins?
Not personally, not face to
No,
face.
but you've talked to
Oh
your
yeah.
first
Oh yeah.
cousins.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. And my aunties, my father's aunties, they sent me pictures of him in the day and doing crazy stuff, and we talk all the time. Yep. It's great.
For
It's
those
great.
of you on the at the meeting now, these are some of the treasures they're invaluable.
Mm-hmm.
And, and,
Yep.
and we always take time to hear those stories. Those
Yeah.
are those are success stories. And thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, yeah, I would never imagined. I would have never have imagined if I would have told somebody that my brother's sister came through and found him in 3 days. No one would ever believe that, but I'm serious when I tell you it happened. Because she's into that DNA and um
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so she was able to do that. Yep, with the information I gave her. Anyway, I took up enough time, but I just wanted to share that with you.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
congratulations. That's
Thank you.
milestone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for her? For her, we talk, while we're at this stage, could you please? We're going to do our introductions now. Let's start with you, Cora, and then Devin, and Beverly, and Denise. So, Cora, would you give your introduction, where you live, who the people you're researching, and just a little bit about yourself and what it means to conduct
Well, I'm Cora
the
Hodges.
studies. Yeah.
I'm Cora Hodges. I'm from Canada. Um, I've been looking for my father, biological father, for years and years and years. Because I was told as a child his name was Smith. Oh, no,
Oh,
Jones. I'm sorry, Jones.
just as bad.
Say again?
Just as bad. Smith or Jones. Those are difficult names. Yeah.
So when I started searching the military registry and everything, or all over, nothing came back as a Jones. Like, John, I could never figure it out. So just for years and years and years, I couldn't find Jones. But when I all I knew was that he was in the military and stationed in Newfoundland, Stephenville, Newfoundland, and he met my mother, and I guess had to be 60 something because I was born in 64. So he met her there. My mother's Caucasian. He was African American. He left, and that was it. So I never knew anything about it. Just that his name was Larry Jones. So for all those years, I was looking for Larry Jones. So when I gave my brother's sister the information 3 years ago, I gave that I gave that name to her, Larry Jones. And she's like, "No, babe, you're not a Jones, you're a Henson." So never search by name somebody gives you because you'll never know. Well, yeah, but I'm here in Virginia right now, living with my family, retired military, retired government, and yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thanks for that story. Devin, please.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Devin Moss. I reside in Cleveland, Ohio, and my journeys kind of start pretty much more spiritual. I've always desired to know, like, my family. Well, my father rather, is the only Moss out of our family. Like, every time we have family reunions, it's Williams, 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 and I never really understood that. I mean, I kind of can read between the lines that clearly there's something more than what appears on the surface. Um, so I just desire to know where my lineage comes from, like, as far back as I possibly can go. That's where my journey kind of goes. I had a dream that I was walking in Palestine, Israel, and my father was translucent on my left side. And every time that I move, like in the Bible, it says when Elijah had the vision of the Most High, the cherubim will move in a way where they were shoulder to shoulder, front, back, left, right. That's how my father was moving. So that sparked interest in me that I have a connection and a lineage somewhere, and I just want to try to go back as far as deep I can possibly can, and putting the piece together through my father's lineage, and that's where I am.
Thank you for sharing.
You're on mute, Jerry.
Devin,
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
yes. Please tell our dear friends what how we met and what have we done since we met.
Um, Apologize for my background. It's kind of loud. I'm kind of mobile at the moment. Since we met, we have done a little research as far as finding uh showing me the awesome technology we have at Ancestry, and birth records, obituary records, things of that nature. I took the DNA test. Oh, first we'll go back because you asked about how we met. I searched up Moss surname. That's what started this. That's what initially started this journey. I looked up Moss surname, and it has a one of its translations means Moses, and me as a Christian man, I was interested in that, and also know the deep history between the Middle Ages and um, the Hebrew and the Moors. So that's what started my initial investigation. I typed in Moss surname genealogy, and Jerry popped up. So me and him connected. I made a comment on the last video that he made, or maybe the second last video he made, and we reached out, we connected, um, and we started the genealogy test. He provided a test for me, and this is where we are.
And and that's for me, for my perch on, it's important to have enthusiastic people who are searching for their family and they want to help and find their families, and they also are they need the tools, and some of us have the tools, and I want to help with the tools that I have. And I sent him a DNA test, and he's just recently received the test, and you sent it off, haven't you, young man?
I apologize. What was it? What you say last year? I'm sorry.
You sent off the test, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah. Waiting for they just told me I had not got a notification telling me that um the sample is being extracted as we speak. So we probably got a couple more weeks.
So it's you women know what it's like to be expecting.
Not the same thing. That's not a good analogy.
Almost.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
Well, I stand corrected on that.
Hey, can I show you a picture? This
Go
is my
ahead.
dad. This is my daddy.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Right? Can you see him?
Oh yeah.
That's my daddy.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fire.
My auntie said that to me.
Nice.
Yeah, so it can happen. It could definitely happen.
Yep.
Oh, but I'm still going through this thing. All right. So next.
Okay.
Let's
That let's
see.
see. Beverly, please. Could you tell us about?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Moss. My name is Cecilia Beverly Moss Mason. My father is the second, well, he was born in Evanston. He was the first born in Evanston, 1913. His family, his father, Wiley Moss, had come from, I guess, South Carolina, Clinton, Georgia, somewhere in that area. And they had two sons that were born in
Evanston, what state?
Illinois.
Okay. Go ahead.
And my father was first born in Illinois. My grandfather, Wiley, and his wife, Ella Barnett Moss, were in the South Carolina, Georgia area, and they migrated to Illinois in 1914, 15. Had two other sons, John and Thomas Moss. I know nothing about my great grandfather other than he was born in Clinton, Georgia, and his name is William Moss. I have had DNA done, and just recently, I remembered a cousin on the Moss line, in the male Moss line, younger than I, and got him involved. And he just he's had it now about 6 months, a year, his DNA for the Moss line. And so he's getting into his research as well. With my father, with some of our conversations, something about mosses, he thinks that his cousin, Thomas Moss, was the man that was hung, that had the store there in Memphis, Tennessee, and was Ida B. Wells' friend. He was the one that had the two-story building store at the train station. People were leaving town and transporting. And so he was an entrepreneur, young entrepreneur, and he built a two-story, him and three other fellows, a three-story building across from the train track for people, because people were moving in and out. They had everything you needed to move on. And there was a little small shack across the railroad that was a white business. And of course, the white business came across to tell these people that they were sorry that they had to leave. They couldn't, they were taking away their business. And it was against the law. They couldn't be there. And they had a gunfight that where there were 3 or 4 that came to get the Mosses and his 2 other friends. They had a gunfight, and one fellow got killed, and they left. Came back the next day with a mob and shot up, and the fellows got arrested. The Mosses got arrested, taken to jail. The jail was broken into and drugged them out and hung them.
Wow.
And Ida B. Wells, and she was friends with Thomas Moss. And Ida B. Wells was so upset she wrote about it in the newspapers, in her newspaper. And they threatened her, and they told her, you know, you write one more paper and you're going to be hanging in a tree.
Wow.
And she immediately left and came to Chicago. And you know the rest, what was going on with, you know, Ida B. Wells. But as my father said, that he believes that Moss we were related to those Mosses. My DNA, I don't know, I can't prove it. I was looking at my 23andMe yesterday, and I think I saw one Moss throughout my whole line, but names and different things and so forth. But Jerry, I think our Jed match, we do have some Morgan somewhere. Is that not correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So that's my story, and I'm always looking for new things, and so glad to have found this group of Mosses and see how we connect down the line. And I'm just thankful and blessed. And it's hello, everyone.
Hi. Can I butt in right quick? Jerry, I'm looking at my 2 DNA 20. I can't even say it. There's a Lauren Moss on my site. She's a young lady, 87. And so she's 3rd cousin twice removed. Not quite sure what that means, but 3rd cousin twice removed. And she falls under. So go to my DNA page under Henson. I'll talk to you later. But the moss falls into that tree. And like I said, my family's from Isabella, Ohio. I can't even say the name. Isabella, Ohio. But I was just looking at that site, and I see her and I see you. So yeah, but she's 3rd generation. But sorry, guys, I have to leave. Call me, Jerry.
Okay, cuz.
All right.
Thank
Talk
you
to
so
you later.
much.
All right. Bye.
Was she speaking to me?
No, all of it. Everyone. I gotta go.
We'll follow up.
Okay, we sure will. Thanks. Oh, I
All
can't
right. Thanks for that story, Beverly.
I can't get out of here.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to
I'm
log
trying
in.
to. Was I done? Did I bring it to a close?
That's
I have
right.
Yeah, with the conversations with my father about some of our relatives. Okay, yes. Thank you. Okay.
Beverly,
Yes.
this is Theodora.
Yes.
I wanted to find out which side of your family lived in Jones County, Georgia, that you recall.
My paternal father, my paternal side of my family, Mosses.
Okay, now today I heard the name Clinton, Georgia, or was that
Yes.
Clinton? It was that
Clinton,
in,
yes.
was it Clinton Jones County?
I
Clinton
don't
is
know. Clinton, Georgia. I don't know about Jones County. I'm not positive about that. All I know is Clinton, Georgia. It could be. I don't know.
okay. I Jones County just happens to be one of those counties that came up on as I'm looking at enslavers. So that's why I was going to pay particular attention. But it's not a big deal. I'll start looking for the history of Clinton, Georgia, and see what I come up with.
But that's interesting also as Clinton Jones County enslavers. That's interesting as well because these people are Caucasians.
Okay.
My father's grandfather must have been white.
Okay. I'm particularly interested because that falls right within the time of the the numerous forts being built,
Yeah.
and approximately 45 years of warfare
Yeah.
and the land grabs.
Right.
At what year? Now, what year period was this?
You're looking
1865
at
area?
you're looking at the time before the War of 1812 up
Okay,
up until approximately 1838, 1840,
okay. Yes.
and also comes up a lot of these the enslaved families of interest settle along the Ocmulgee River, which is big. It leads from the middle Georgia out to the Atlantic Ocean. It's a tributary of the Altamaha River.
Hmm. I've looked on the map at the and I've seen it's borderline Georgia. I mean Carolina.
Yeah,
That Clinton, Georgia, borderlines Georgia on a map. They're like Evanston and Chicago. Um, Interesting.
the
That's
waters,
interesting to look into, and along with my DNA also.
the waters flow from the mountains, the mountains, and
Okay,
you have several large tributaries that
okay.
flow directly into.
Into I will check out.
Okay,
I'll yes, thank you.
thank you for remembering.
You're right, absolutely. I've got a mind like an elephant, and I'm old, and it's one of my really blessings. My memory
Per-
yet
per-
still.
Personal question.
Yes.
How seasoned years are you?
I just had a birthday and I'm celebrating this month. October the 2nd was my birthday.
Oh,
And
Happy
I was
birthday.
born. Do I want to not tell? Do I want to tell the truth? Do I want to keep you guessing? They used to say a woman never tells her age nor her perfume.
yes.
But you are family.
Oh,
And so that makes a difference in a lot of things. So my father, I'm going to show you a picture. Hold on, I'm going to show you a picture. I got to get up.
Oh man, we are family. Thanks, Eddie and Clarice for joining in. Thank you for coming in. And Carolyn, while she's getting that information, thanks for joining the meeting.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, we're going through the introductions and
Oh, okay. So
a little bit
I'm uh
family history. Yeah.
I am Carolyn Johnson, Essex. Johnson is my maiden name. Um, and I am born in California, but my people are from Ohio and Maryland. And so
What part of Ohio?
Akron, Ohio.
Come on,
And
come on, Denise, help me now, help me. Go ahead.
What do you need to know? Akron is just outside Cleveland.
Right.
Yes, just
The folks
outside
from
it.
Akron, we used to call them valley people
Geographically, okay.
because Akron's kind of down in a valley
Yeah.
Yes.
compared to Cleveland. Yeah.
Hmm. So I my brothers and sisters, they got to be born in Ohio, but my mom left, and mom and dad, we moved when I was in her stomach. So I was born in Watts, California. And why she moved to there, I don't know, but that's where they landed. And and I am trying to find my mother's family on my grandfather's side, and I'm just stuck. You know, I don't know how to use all the tools to find things, and also I'm a policy analyst, so I'm laser focused on the reparation policies right now. And so that would really scramble my brain if I tried to do two of those projects at the same time. So, but I am really wanting to find out both sides of my father's family as well. I haven't gone beyond my grandparents. I think I haven't gone beyond my great grandparents. Um, but I did find some information on on my mother's side and her father. And if I could just say a few things about that. So, my sisters and brothers, we're the sixth great grandchildren of Lethea Howard. And let's see, Lethea, the Holland family has been traced back to Letha. I think I'm saying her name right, but she was an African Portuguese and I of Irish descent. So African, Portuguese, and Irish. Wow. So she was born a freeman. She married a black man, William August Howard, and he was enslaved, and they had several children. These
Where were they living?
They were living in Montgomery County, Maryland.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. And so I'm seeing that all of my family landed there in Montgomery County, Maryland, before they went to Ohio. And and I think she was married before. So her children took on the legal status of the father, who was born slaves, and William, when he was about 19, he found out he was going to be sold. So he decided to plan to run away, him and his brother, and they disguised themselves with the Irishmen were helping them. Irishmen, I guess they loved the black people back then. They were helping.
Yeah. And that's a little unusual because typically the children follow the situation of the mother. So if the mother was free, they should have been free, but you just never know. Up there in Maryland, things were a little tricky.
Well, they said that because she married an enslaved black man, the children became born into slavery.
Wow. Okay.
And that's what and that's what they said. So they belong to now her husband's master.
Hmm.
And so
Do
they
you know
decided
who he
to do what
was,
they
who the
wanted.
master was?
I don't know who the master was. That's what I need to find out.
Okay.
I would love to find that out because then I could find out where their plantation was, I guess.
Hmm.
And yeah. So if I'm going on too long, you guys cut me off. But so the brothers John and William, they were able to go through the Underground Railroad and they reached Canada. And so they turned out to be, um, Canadians. But my father's line, the children that stayed, he was born in Maryland. So those were his uncles that did that. Um, so yeah, that's where I am. I'm trying to go beyond that and find out certain things about the Campbell family because my grandfather, his last name was Campbell, and I always wondered about my grandfather because my grandfather always had a business. He started his own trash collection business, and and he, yeah, I'm sorry. I hear some background. I don't know if they're asking me a question.
Yeah, that might have been Beverly. She usually has another program going on in the background.
Oh, okay. So that's where I'm stuck at. I'm just trying to figure out all the dates, and it's just mind-boggling to me. I was born in 1960, and my parents were born in the 30s, and so we go from there.
Carolyn,
Yes.
have you been able to use the program from the kit that I gave you?
That's what I need tutoring on.
Yeah. Have you have received your results?
Yes.
And have you used some of your results?
Not yet. And I've had them for a while, but I've been so focused on the legislative session that I haven't been able to dig into it. And I really do want to dig into it because it's just so important to know where you came from and who your people are, because it dictates really why we're doing some of the things that we're doing right now. I want to know who was involved in politics because I'm deeply involved in it. And
Are you still running?
and I'll be running in 2026 for state assembly
Mhm.
in my district in California in Long Beach.
Okay.
Hmm.
And I spoke at a reparations event with my cousin Double R
Hmm.
in Temecula about 3 months ago, and she attended. Carolyn did, and I gave away 6 kits, and she got one of those kits,
Yes,
and we're going to be following up on that.
absolutely. Please help.
I, I'll get you hooked up with that, and thank you for participating and joining us.
Thank you for holding this space for us. It's just so important. Thank you so much.
And on this space, I have my cousin Eddie. He's here, Eddie Henderson, and he has the same space on Sundays on the second and fourth Sundays. He's here, and you'll be able to talk with him. And Eddie, when you introduce yourself, would you please give your link and tell us about your meeting so we can hook up these other family members to your group also, my brother. So this Beverly, would you please answer the question? I'll guess, but I know the answer. Do y'all want to guess, sir? Give us some hints on what your age is.
Answer the question. I was going to show you a picture and then of my father,
Go ahead.
World War II in Honolulu,
Mhm.
Awesome.
and that's 1940. I was born 19 in the 40s. 40. I was 85 years old. I was born 1940,
Wow.
October the 2nd. And so this past Thursday, 85 and 3 days.
Congratulations.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you so much.
I can't believe it. He
It's
looks
in the genes.
beautiful.
It's in the it's my
A-
mother's genes.
Absolutely
It's
beautiful.
it's in the family. It's another blessing.
Theodora, could you introduce yourself and tell us where you live and some of the people you are researching, and if you've had any recent discoveries, please?
Theodora Johnson, born Nay Maxwell, and I have been tinkering with ancestry for about 4 or 5 years. And this is about 15 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. And because am an only child of an only child, at most I've only had perhaps two first cousins, but I have a host of second cousins only on my father's side. And
How is that? Only on your
well,
father's side. How is that only on your father's side?
well, there are only three children born and acknowledged.
Have you
That's
taken
all.
have you taken a DNA test?
I did family tree DNA, and of course I recognized very few names, very few.
Any
So
close matches?
I've had to take a different route.
Any close matches?
Well, I have more third to fifth and fifth to remote, and that's what I have, and that's what I'm dealing with. And I love history, so that's why I have to do what is comfortable for me before dealing with the centimorgans.
Go ahead.
So I found out that there was a list of Nelson Moss people, and I thought there were about 12, and it seems to be in excess of 12, maybe 17. But I know generally what areas that I have found with another match coming out of Middlesex, Virginia, and the time period. And so from that, I've been just diligently looking at the enslaver families, and I am not sorry.
And you've been conducting research with Diane, haven't you?
I did that too. She was instrumental in letting me see the volume of persons that were matches. And once again, for me, it's third to fifth and fifth to remote. That's what I have to deal with, and that's what I'm tackling.
And you've also mentored my cousin in Oklahoma. You have that roots too, that background, correct?
Which
My cousin and Pat, Pat and Pat Pat Weish in Oklahoma.
I did not know. I'm not familiar with Pat Weish.
Okay.
I'm familiar with the Weish name because Weish is definitely in Virginia.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for your comments. Anything else you want to add with your intro?
Um, Other than I did follow up with Beverly's mentioning of where she had people in Georgia. So when I'm listening to that come up, I zero in because it's I do have a one second cousin who is quite knowledgeable about her prolific branches in Florida, Central and North Florida. So we collaborate on the enslavers because she's finding out how it can tie in so much for us. And there's a wealth of information that is forthcoming for me in the Carolinas before they became separate states, that time period. So that's why third to fifth and fifth to remote.
Okay. Um, uh, Clarice, and then Eddie. Clarice, please. Could you introduce yourself? if you're still with us.
Jerry, I am with you, but the minister is here today. You know, I have the right hip research. I'll
That's
be
right.
listening to you all, but you know, I'm Clarice, and I'll go through that whole bit later. But
Okay.
I just want to acknowledge that because we're
Thanks,
doing
Clarissa.
communion right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Uh, okay, champ. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Let's see. Am I new or old?
You're up.
I'm an old head. My name is Eddie Henderson. I am a part of my ancestors are Moss from Texas and Louisiana. I was born in Texarkana, Arkansas, raised in Northern California, Richmond, Oakland, and Berkeley area. I presently lives in Kansas City, Missouri. I've been researching my Moss side, plus a lot of other sides of my family for about 15 years more. And I do have a group. Denise is one of my visitors too. She don't have a hat on this time. Every time she come on my meeting, she has a hat on. So I'm a treat her as a somebody I don't know.
Good move.
But I've been working with Jerry. I've been with Jerry since he started his meetings. And then I branched off and I do mine on the second and fourth Sunday of every month. And we go through a lot of stuff. We've had a lot of accomplishments. I found, I got a family. I found branches from everywhere. It's like Carolyn. She's in San Diego, Long Beach. Half my family's in Long Beach. They live in Long Beach in Southern California, and a lot of them live in Northern California also. So that's a brief because I have a lot, but that's have a brief. If you have any questions, or you can get in touch with me through Jerry or Denise. Denise is good. She knows how to get in touch with me also. Right, Denise?
Usually.
Thanks, champ. Do you have anything else you want to add, champ?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Can you share your email, please, Eddie?
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Is that iPad 9? Is that Devin? There's an iPad 9 who just came in. Is that Devin Moss?
No. That's not it.
Oh, okay. Who is this new iPad 9? That's someone new who's came in.
No, this is me. I came back.
Who's that?
Cora.
Okay, good, cuz.
Yeah, I came back.
Okay, you back.
I'm back. I'm just listening. All right.
Okay, Denise, please.
Yes, my name is Denise Hardin Jarrett. I currently live just outside Columbus, Ohio. Born and raised in Cleveland. Hey, homie, Devin.
Hey.
I'm connected to the Mosses, although Jerry and I are still trying to figure out how. My second great grandmother on my mother's side is a Moss, Margaret Moss. So I've not been able to do much research on her family, but she was actually born and raised in Columbiana, Shelby County, Alabama.
Okay.
So that's where my Moss line, at least as far as I've researched, is going back to. I do a lot of genealogy work. I'm affiliated with wikitree.com.
Okay.
I'm the project leader for the U.S. Black Heritage Project. In the chat, somebody mentioned Maryland plantations. So I've put a link to WikiTree for the Maryland plantations. By the way, this is a free site, so it never costs you anything. You do not have to be a member to do research on WikiTree, but we do encourage you to become a member because there's a lot of different perks that you get as a member. You can see how you're connected to other people that are part of the global tree, which is what WikiTree is all about. We've got one global tree. So as you, right now, that tree consists of about 45 million people. So you're bound to find somebody that you're related to when you use WikiTree, and go in and do research on WikiTree. I'm so happy for Cora that she has found her dad.
Thank you.
Now, if you can put your family in that tree, you might be able to see who else you're connected to out there.
Yes. Yep.
Same thing with Beverly, with the Mosses. That's some interesting stories that you had. And one of the things we like to do, of course, our project specifically is focused on connecting you with your ancestors, getting those ancestors and their dependents connected. So that's our goal. Our goal right now, we've got several different projects going on. People are combing through the 1880 census and adding folks. We've got another team that's focused on the slavery era. So they do slave narratives. They do the plantations, connect those plantations to their slave owners, vice versa. So if you have some of that information, especially the ones in Maryland, you know, we've got several plantations that are listed there. But the research is still going on because there were, in 1860, there were over 4 million Black folk in the US in 1860. So by the time the 1870 census came around, there were a lot more. So there's still a lot of research to be had. I also added a link to a site called Black Pearls of Genealogy. That's the bpog.org. That's in the chat as well. That is a website that was created by a WikiTreer, as well as who has become a friend of mine, David Anthony Taylor. And that Black Pearls of Genealogy will enable you to do research on family search in the Freedmen's Bureau and in the Freedmen's Bank.
Wow.
So you'll be able to do research specifically on African Americans using Black Pearls of Genealogy. It will navigate a lot easier than you trying to do it through family search.
And it's I apologize, but that link is available in the chat, Denise.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's amazing. That's powerful. Because I know the Freedmen's is it was they, you know, like you mentioned the was that Black Wall Street, and I think before World War I and World War II was 11 million free African peoples in the United States.
And the Freedmen's Bureau would have a lot of information on those. Now, the Freedmen's Bureau was developed by the U.S. government. It was run by the government, by the military. So a lot of the activity that was going on in the Union states, and then as the Southern states were acquired, they were documenting people. I like to think of Freedmen's Bureau as the first stab at government assistance, because the Freedmen's Bureau would provide food, clothing, shelter, assist with identifying shelter, assist with getting jobs for the African Americans immediately after the end of the Civil War in 1865. So their records run from 1865 to 1872. A lot of it is handwritten. So if you can't read cursive, you're going to have to get somebody to assist. Okay. But if you can read cursive handwriting, and trust me, sometimes it's not very good. But those are the kind of records you need to look at to find our people. There's where they were hired out to work for other slave owners, or they were hired out to participate in the military. You know, the slave owners got paid when their slaves fought in the war prior to the end of the Civil War. So a lot of those records are there. The Freedmen's Bureau assisted with court cases because after the slaves were freed, some of them had to go back to their slave owners, take them to court to, for example, get their children back. The slave owners offered, you know, they wanted to keep the children so that the children could continue to work even though they let the parents go. So there's a lot of court cases and claims out there to collect those children. There's all kinds of information available to you out there. And when I get a chance, I'll put the link out here to the Freedmen's Bureau Friday. Unless you got that link, Jerry, at hand, you can put that in the chat so folks can attend that as well.
Please do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go out and get the link for that. It's run by Dr. Shelley Murphy. And Dr. Murphy was hired by the University of Virginia to identify the slaves that were associated with that university. Most of the professors and the educators there at that university back in the 1800s were slave owners. A lot of them had their slaves working on the campus. So Dr. Murphy was charged with identifying those slaves and finding their descendants. She's also very active with the GU 272 group, and this is Georgetown University is what GU stands for. 272 were the 272 African Americans that helped build that university. So they've got an organization, and a lot of those members also come to this Freedmen Bureau Friday group. Dr. Murphy will spend the first 2.5 hours. It starts at 7. She'll go through how to look for records on the Freedmen's Bureau site, and then she'll actually walk us through researching. She'll pick somebody and say, who are you looking for? And then we'll go out there and we'll look for records or look at different records that are out there on the Freedmen's Bureau. So those are all good options, especially if you're researching and you're at a stalemate or what they call a brick wall. These are other tools that you can use to do additional research and find more about your ancestors.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all I have. Oh, and my birthday's coming up Wednesday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Hey,
birthday
Librans.
ahead of time.
Hey, Jerry, can I have a caveat real quick?
Go ahead.
Although I said, now my father is a Henson, right?
Yep.
And if you don't find anything under that, my grandmother's name was Ella Mae Campbell. So that may fall under the Moss if you don't find anything under the Henson. But yeah, she was Ella Mae Moss, and they're from Ohio.
What? Oh, and you said Isabella, Ohio. That really wasn't a town. There was a Lake Isabella.
No, not Isabella. Hold on. It starts with an I. I can't even say the name because they still live there. Isabella is shoot. No, it's not a lake. It's a town where they live. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Are you still there? No.
Yeah. But there was no town named
It's Istubula.
Oh, Ashtabula.
No, I take it back. It's
That's Ashtabula.
Yeah, that's where they're from.
Up near the lake. Yeah, it's near the lake, and it's east of Youngstown, Ohio.
Okay, yeah. So my father's a Henson, and my grandfather's a Henson, and my grandmother's a Campbell.
Yeah,
just to put that out there. Yeah,
and I'm sure Derek can probably attest to this, but Youngstown and Ashtabula were known as mob towns. That's where the mob thrived, was in those two towns.
You trying to tell me my daddy was in the mob?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's some history on the area.
Okay. I'm gonna look that up.
Yep.
All right. Thank y'all.
Okay.
Gracie joined. Yeah.
Let me see if she's available. Gracie? Cousin Gracie? Yeah, here she comes.
And Denise, can we have your email as well?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Gracie, can you hear me? Yes, Gracie, cousin. Could you introduce yourself to our family here? It's good to see you. Unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, my name is Gracie Spears. I live in Florida.
What part of Florida?
Brooksville,
Oh,
Florida. Not close to Tampa, Florida. About 45 minutes to an hour. Yes. And I haven't been on here in a while. It's for reasons I'd rather not get into. I've been on Ancestry for what, about two to 3 years, maybe. I don't know, Jared. On and off. I'm in the process of trying to find out who my family is on my father's side. I don't know my father. I don't know anything about him. No name, no nothing. My mom never told me. I don't really know everyone on my mother's side. I know some that I met through Ancestry, but otherwise, I don't have a whole lot. I don't know a whole lot to tell you about that. And I haven't been really I haven't even been doing Ancestry lately. I've kind of like given up on it.
Don't give up.
I wasn't getting anywhere. So,
Well, guess what? I
why?
know I have a second cousin, the one that I can talk to, that I've been working with a long time. And she too is from Brooksville, Florida.
Really?
Yes.
What's her
Isn't that
name?
interesting?
It is.
Her
Brooksville.
name is Evelyn. Chester is her maiden name. Henderson is her last name.
Is she here in Brooksville?
Yes, ma'am, on WPA Road.
Oh no. Really?
Oh,
Oh, what's happening here?
I know where that's at.
okay. I
Yeah.
don't recall the name of the church she attends, but it's nearby on
Okay. It could be
WPA
Samaritan.
Road.
It could be Samaritan Church, which is my cousin.
I'll
Well,
have to ask her,
yeah,
but
ask what, because that's the only church I know. And matter of fact, that's close over there where um um forgot the name. That's how bad my mind is. Um
Walter?
Walter, yeah. He's over in that area somewhere. He won't exactly tell you, but
Yeah,
tell me.
Walter Moore.
Yeah. Yeah, he's over that way also.
well,
Yeah. And I kind of like was raised up over that way as kids. We lived over there. My aunt lived there. She's had a lot of land over there, and so now her son passed away, but his wife is still there, living on the property. Yeah,
small world.
it's very small. Yes,
Brooksville, Florida.
yes, ma'am.
Have you ever
But
heard of Valdosta, Georgia?
yes, ma'am.
Hayhara, Georgia?
No.
Okay, but you've heard of Valdosta.
Yeah, I've been there. Yes.
Those you got people.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. And I might be one of them through my father.
Wow.
Whoa, that would be awesome. Check this out.
Have you
Yeah.
all done DNA?
But my home, I was born in Alabama, though. That's my home. You can't don't ask me nothing about it because I can't tell you.
Theodora,
I
Theodora,
just know I was born in Selma, Florida, Selma, Alabama. That's all I
The-
know.
Theodora, adjust your picture like you're looking in the mirror. We want to see you like you're looking in the mirror. There you go. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I see you now.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yes, hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet everyone I haven't met. And
So this has brought so much joy to Gracie, and
yes,
and thank you all for showing her so much kindness and
thank you.
acceptance. It goes a
Yeah.
long ways.
Mm-hmm.
It does. So don't give up. I'm a prime example. Do not give up.
Yes, ma'am.
Do
Uh,
not.
is there any way that Theodora and Gracie that y'all can connect? Is there like leave in the chat? Can you leave a number, or you want to do it through me, or where I can just
Yeah.
follow up on
Well,
your conversation?
you know my number, Gary. I mean Gary. Gary talking about me. Jerry, you
Yeah.
know my number. Give it to her. You know it.
Okay.
You call
Okay.
me, so I know you know it.
Okay.
That'll work.
Yes,
You are
ma'am.
happily retired, right?
Who, me?
Yes.
I don't work at all. I'm on dialysis, so I can't
Oh,
work.
I'm sorry to hear
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Okay. Well, I can't talk to working people because
I
they're
don't
busy.
work. I would
But
love to work, but I just can't.
they're too busy. So that
Yes,
makes it easier for me to work with your schedule.
yes, ma'am. That'd
Okay.
be great. I appreciate that very much. Yes.
Okay.
Well, that means
But
so
yeah,
much. It means so much to bring joy to you, Gracie, and to see you smiling. And there's
yes,
always this. Um, there's always something great that comes out of these meetings, and just for us interacting and talking, and you can see
Mhm.
how we're reaching out. If you hear something,
yeah,
we say something. We don't just sit on it. We share.
Let me
right.
have your name again.
Mine, Gracie. My name. Oh Lord
Your
Jesus.
maiden name. Your maiden
I
name.
never been married. My name is Gracie Spears, but on my birth certificate is Gracie Irvin. Ervin. So that's why I said, "Oh Lord," because I don't even know how all that started, but that's what it is.
ERBIN.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Spears.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That
you
is
said
my family.
You
That
said
is
ERVIN.
yes,
I have
Ervin.
that last name under my tree, but I'm not quite sure how that. I remember the ERVIN, but I don't know the name. But I have that name under my family tree.
Really?
Yeah, I can't remember the name, but I remember the last name. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's out there. Who's it from? I don't know. I just don't know the name. So, like Jerry said, just the name of somebody or just the last name would probably trigger something to where we're
Mm-hmm.
able to find something. But I'm definitely gonna look this name up. I know we get me log off, but I'm getting ready to look at this name. But anyway,
Yeah.
had to throw that out there.
Look forward to chatting with you.
So give me your name again. I'm gonna write it down.
Theodora.
T
T is
A
in
D O R.
ERBIN. Oh,
THEO.
not under that.
Mm-hmm.
D is in door. ORA.
Oh, okay, Theodora
Maxwell is my
That's
maiden name.
Maxwell.
Johnson, married name.
just give me this. All right.
Okay,
Uh,
and
Carolina.
the other lady.
I want to say
With
E.
with the phone up to her face.
I'm trying to, yeah, I swear to God, I'm trying to find the last name on the ancestry. I'm trying to find the name, so I apologize.
She's asking for your name, Cora.
So I know that I saw that name on mine. I'm Cora Hodges. So
Hodges.
sorry. Yes.
HODG.
What's
Okay.
your
I
last name, Cora?
apologize. Second.
Spell it,
That's
please.
HODGIN. Oh, sorry. HODGHO. Shit, I'm still looking up Irvin. HODGS.
GS.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. And the last name is ER. Nope. Your last the name you're
My
talking about is
last name is SPARS.
no, but the last name you're talking about was Irvin.
ERVIN.
All right, got it. Yeah, I saw that name somewhere out there at mine, but I don't know where it is. But I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll let you know. Search. I apologize, guys. I'm trying to look up these names.
That's been great.
Oh,
We have competed.
look, I do have Irvin on mine. I do. Doreen Irvin, Frank Irvin, um, Washington Irvin. That falls under my look. That falls under my DNA. My
Yeah.
plugged in my tree, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't know any. I don't. Some of the names are spelled ERVEN, and then some of them are ERVIN, and
Yeah.
a lot from Ohio, Illinois, different places. Wow, that's crazy. It's crazy. That's exciting.
Well, we've completed the foundation. This is the foundation of our meeting, and introductions, and I believe taking as much time as possible for us to know who we are and connect with each other and share with each other,
That's crazy,
have a family conversation, and
right?
that's what we've had, hasn't it been?
Yes, amazing.
All right, I'm gonna go into
Amazing.
the agenda and go. I'm gonna go through a few of the agenda items, and then in 15 minutes, I'm going to ask for a co-host to open the meeting up for any question, anything that you want to discuss. I'll have a co-host take over for the final half an hour. So here we go. I'm going to share my screen.
Do you want me to mute my thing? You want me to mute it?
Yes, please. Please. On the agenda, the first item we have is find the grave. It's important for us to uh, reflect and to learn about our ancestries, where they lived, their communities, and where they were buried. And that's that. There's a community. They lived together in certain communities, and when they passed away, they were in the cemeteries in the same area. And you can discover a lot of your relatives through Find a Grave, and that application is free.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pay for Find a Grave, and it has a wealth of information when you're building your trees, and when you want to find out about your family. If you locate one person where they were buried, and you look at their memorial, you'll probably find more members of your family in that cemetery. And so it's fulfilling to go back and to talk to your talk to your elders, your kids, your family members who have deceased. Look where they're at, where they've been deceased, and where they're buried, and you'll find other family members, and then that'll help you build your tree out. So here's an example of what Find the Grave does. This is the home screen for Find the Grave. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. On here, find a grave. I have an account. You could find a grave, go to Google, find a grave, and make your account. And there's my account. And on my account, I can memorial search. I can search by memorials, cemeteries, and people who are famous. That's something similar to what uh, Denise has with WikiTree. She has a section of famous people, and see you can see some of these famous people here, Mount Vernon and that kind of thing, and and you can contribute to find the grave. You can upload photos. Uh, uh, you can add memorials. So these things are that you can add to this here program. So let's go back to the first. Okay, from cemeteries, what I've done, I have I have some memorials that I have visited and also made contributions, because what has happened is there's a group of concerned people and uh, researchers and family members who have went to different cemeteries and they've taken pictures and they've uploaded them in this family find a grave. And so you can see some of your family members' memorials, uh, and if they don't have the correct information, you can change it. And that's what I've been able to do in a couple instances. They had correct information. They might have had a name and had information about a white person, but it was a black. It was my grandfather, and I was able to change that
Hey, love.
information.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm on an ancestor call.
So now memorials.
I'm on
I
an
have some
ancestry call.
memorials that
All right.
I've
You good? All right.
that I found, and here's an example of my memorials. Here they are. John Brown, Graceland Cemetery,
Over here.
and this is my great grandmother Sarah Ellison, and this is her husband. So I located them and I put them in a memorial section that I have, so I can go right to my memorials and get information about them. And then some on my mother's side, there's Mary Ellison, Mary Tabor Ellison, and she's my fourth great grandmother, and she was enslaved, and she's on a will that I have, and this is where she was buried at in Dickerson Cemetery in Brownsboro, Caldwell County. So I have on my mother's side, I have her family are from the Texas area, and my fathers are from Kentucky, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and then they went north and they went west. With the first migration, they went north. The second migration, they migrated west. And you can find your family's migration patterns by where the families are buried, the cemeteries that they're in. And some of the slaveholders, they would dedicate some of the land and give it to, they would give land to for their the people who were enslaved. They had a section for them, and that carried on all the way up into the even to now. There's a black section in these cemeteries, and there's a white section. So discrimination didn't stop at the door, at the front door. It happened in and out of the cemetery. Go ahead, Denise. Denise has a question. Go ahead, Denise.
Yeah, not a question, just a slight correction. Because
Go
one
ahead.
of the things I do for WikiTree, I'm a leader for the cemetery project as well. And we focus on the African American cemeteries. Many of those African American cemeteries were associated with their churches. So we're combining that effort. Not only are we looking at the folks that were buried in the cemetery, but comparing that with the folks that were members of those churches and getting that information there. Because you can't always find, some of these folks passed away so long ago that their grave sites are now sunken. Whatever was used to identify where they were buried has disappeared. In some cases, there was vandalism. So a lot of those gravestones have been vandalized and you can't read them, or they've been broken into pieces. And there's different states that are doing preservation efforts, especially in Florida. There's a lot in Florida because it turns out that some of those cemeteries were actually paved over and they built shopping centers, apartment complexes, churches, things of that nature, and never moved the graves. So in some cases, those folks are still interred and they're living up under those structures. So a lot of that effort is going on as well.
Yeah.
I give a word of caution because, as Jerry said, you're going to find in some cases incorrect information, because some of the folks that are putting this info out here, they're not doing a thorough job researching who those people are. So just double check. Don't take it as gospel. When you see a name and you think that's your relative, it may not. It may be somebody else that had the same name.
Yeah.
So you still want to do your due diligence. Don't expect Find a Grave to be the be all end all. You can also cross-check with Billion Graves. Billion Graves is not free, but you can research it still and see who's listed there in some cases. So that's an alternative as well, because Billion Graves has also got the same effort that Find a Grave has, but Find a Grave is great. It's free and it's associated with Ancestry. So there you go.
Also the spelling of the name. Because once I found my family, I found Henson, it was Hinson. When I got some of the records back, it was Henson.
Yeah,
So the
yeah,
spelling was this, but it's actually Hin. So that can throw you off also. The
yeah.
spelling of
Well,
the name, yeah.
and you can find gravestones that were engraved incorrectly.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
my grandfather's name was Lindsay, Lindsey, but
Right.
whoever did that gravestone made it Lindzey for
Right.
Lindsay. So
Yeah.
you really have to be careful. Folks that are providing information on the death certificates don't always know.
Nope.
So birth date information can't always be guaranteed as well, even though it's on the gravestone.
Yeah.
It still may be wrong because whoever put the information on the death certificate didn't know the actual birth date.
Yeah.
So, oftentimes when they make those gravestones, they're getting the information, at least in today's world, they're getting it from the death certificate. And if the
Hmm.
person who provided the information doesn't actually know, it could be wrong.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is we use Find a Grave as one of our research tools.
Yes.
And we want to minimize the cost because
Yes.
these different ancestry sites, they are charging and charging and charging. And a lot of our, people don't have the money for these different platforms.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that while we still have some of these different research techniques, we will share them with you.
Yeah.
Where you don't have to pay, but you got to participate. God says, ask, seek, and knock. Those are actions, action words. It's not going to come to you. You got to create your own opportunity.
Yeah.
And when you have individuals that are here who are willing to help, it's important for you to just use some discernment and ask. And then we're available to help.
Yeah. And as they say, you trust but verify. Even though you see it there, you still want to verify it and make sure it's accurate. And that goes with everything. Death certificates. If it's not a court record, you just have to verify and keep looking for additional sources. Don't just stop at one.
Yeah.
Now, my motive, one of my purposes for having these meetings is for us to connect with living cousins, living relatives. Everyone here, we're live, and this is a format for us to come together. Now we do have history, and that's where we use these tools there. But let's don't forget, don't get caught up in the past. When we got so many people, we got to find now. I use DNA to reconstruct my family and our family now. They never thought that we'd be connecting ourselves. They never thought that we can sit on this computer, connect our DNA, and reconstruct families. And like my cousin Eddie just said, there's a number of people who have found their immediate family through being on our format, on our platforms. And it's a humbling feeling. It's more precious than gold. And your acres of diamonds are right where you are.
Right.
You don't have to go in the distance. They're right here. So what does it mean to find your relatives? What does it mean to have a cousin? Like my cousin Cora said, I talked to my first cousin.
Just like me.
Yeah, but I'm having so much fun connecting with my alive and well uh, relatives now.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
my
It's
main
amazing.
purpose.
Yeah.
Now I can't get into the history and the documentation and all that, but this means more to me just to see you all, and we have our battering back and forth, and cousins were some of your first friends.
Yeah.
Cousins were some of the first ones that you can go to their house.
Right.
You can spend the night.
Yeah.
And if you got in a fight, they back you up. So now here we are, season, and now that's coming back around. This is the harvest. So I just wanted to share that with you, and let you know what the purposes are, and we're so thankful that you're here. So that's one. All right, the next item on the agenda is I'm gonna go to it. GEDmatch. There's a platform that we use that's called GEDmatch.
Yeah.
And here it is right here.
Okay.
Can you see this format right here?
Yep.
Can you see? Okay, now GEDmatch is a platform that has been used, for a number of purposes. Different DNA test sites. This format, you can upload your DNA to GEDmatch, and you can find relatives who have taken tests with all these different platforms. I'm not paying to take tests for all these different platforms. And GEDmatch is free too, but you have to be cautious. This isn't something that you play around with, because there's a security component to it. They use GEDmatch, the folks use GEDmatch to catch the Golden State Killer. This is when you see these DNA programs that are on TV now. They're using DNA, and they're finding people 40 years after the crime. Now you can sign into that, say don't use my DNA for research, or let's just for a crime, but just use it for connecting relatives. That's when you go into it. You have these different options. So I'm just sharing that with you. But the main thing, here it is. GEDmatch, this is free, but you can add on different levels, and you can pay for different tiers. Cost you a little bit more money, but you get more bells and whistles. So here's GEDmatch. Here's my platform, and there's certain things that you can do. Upgrade your membership, join Tier 1 to access more advanced tools to help deeper into your geological research. Okay, if you wanted to do that, you could do that. Now, here's your kit number, and that's my kit number. And some of us on this meeting here, this is how we're even on this meeting, because we have a GEDmatch kit number, and we shared it on these different these meetings that we've been involved in, and that's how we know we're related. But we don't know. We know on what side of the family, but we don't know exactly how we're related. But we know our DNA is a match, and because we have shared matches. So there it is. This is the platform, and once you get it, I'll click on my kit number. There's a kit number, and it goes through these calculations. So all right. Okay. I'm into the program and I go to the side. I want to use there's free tools over here. Can you see free tools? Can you
Yes.
see that?
Yeah.
Over on the side, you have free tools. You can use one-to-many, the original version. That means they'll compare my kit to all these kits that are in this GEDmatch database. And then they'll show up the closest relative down to the lower relatives by centromorgans. Centromorgans are measurements of DNA.
Mm.
Each one of us have 7,000 units of DNA. And our children have half of that, 3,500.
Okay.
And our grandkids have half of that, about 1,700.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it splits in half. And that's how you can tell how close you are to each other. That's the measurement that Ancestry and these different platforms use to show how close they related is through centromorgans. That's when you see CM. And an example, I will show
So you
you.
just
Go ahead.
no, so you just half it? You divide it in half for each one? Like you said, it's 3,500.
You will see it. You will see it on your. You will see it on right here. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Can you see my home screen?
I cannot.
Okay, I will bring it back up.
All right, that's okay. I'm good.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Okay, now can you see my home screen?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now on that, you have your home, trees, search, and DNA. Now I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna show you my DNA matches because with my family, over these few years, I've asked
Mm-hmm.
them to take the test.
Mm-hmm.
Some were a little reluctant, but then I would use,
Right.
and then they took the test. And so that's my immediate family. I
Okay,
can't go
gotcha,
too
gotcha.
far out, but
Right,
my
right.
immediate ones, I know who they are, and I know the connections. So I'll give you an example. Here's DNA, and here's your matches. Get through here. Here comes my matches.
Okay. Okay.
Can you see these matches?
That's your son.
Yeah. Okay. You can see that. So this,
So it's like 3,400.
yeah, I'm
So
I'm
50%.
7,000, and my children are half of mine. So
Right.
they're right around 3,500. You see that?
Right, right. Yep, yep.
That's
Yeah.
Jerry Moss Jr. That's my son who lives in Long Beach.
And your daughter Bridget.
And there's my daughter and my other son, Donnell. Here he is. He's the
Gotcha.
same thing, right about 3,400. See that?
Right. Okay.
And my daughter, Bridget.
Right.
Uh, Donnell and Bridget, they live here in San Diego. Jerry lives in Long Beach. And
Okay.
but you see, their numbers are right around 3,500. See that? 34,
Okay.
34. So they're half of mine.
So when you say the CM, that's what you're talking about right there.
Yeah, the Central
I got
Mortgage.
you.
So you don't get closer. You don't get closer than that.
No, I understand. I just want to ask those
Okay,
questions for
and then,
everybody
so
else.
So let's go down.
Okay.
Now, here's my brother Dale.
So
This is Dale Moss Sr. He's
so it's down to
2,600.
so he's down to 44. Okay.
He's 2,600. And Dale Moss Sr., his son is Dale Moss Jr., who is he participated in The Bachelor, that social media program, The Bachelor and The Bachelorette.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the contestants on The Bachelorette, and this year he was on Bachelors in Paradise. Dale Moss Jr. was on. My nephew was in that.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, his social for those who are in social media. So Dale Moss Jr. And
So that's your brother.
so Dale Moss Sr., there he is, my brother. And then the next one is Destiny. That's my granddaughter. So she's at 1,900. And here's my grandson.
And that's only 28% shared DNA?
No.
For your granddaughter?
No, it's not 20%. Look
Okay, the female. I got you.
look at the Central Morgans.
I got you. Central Morgans. Gotcha.
And another thing too, look, if you want to look at the percentages, let's look at that.
Okay.
Here's my son Jerry. He's 50%.
Right.
Donnell's 50%. Bridge is
Okay.
50%. That's half, isn't it?
Right.
The percentages. So thanks
I see. I got you.
for saying that. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And I'm giving you all examples why it's important for you to give your family tests.
Yeah. Oh shoot! Shit! What happened? Oh my god! I lost them.
Much as
You know, there's been a lot of people that have been shocked. Families have been broken, torn apart because it's told a lot of secrets, a lot of things. Yes, yes, but it's wonderful though.
And so as you come down, there they are.
Trying to get back to your
Dale,
page.
my brother, and here's my granddaughter Destiny. See, so names, surnames, names are, they're significant, but your DNA is the don't lie. So people can have different names, but when you come down and see these matches and see this Central Morgans, that's what's going to tell you
how close you are, and what branch, where could they be related to in that area. So there it is. And then, so here's Dale Moss Jr. I told you that story. And another thing, I put codes on their names. This my mother's side and my father's side. So if it's an M, that's my mother's side, and the F is my father's side. I just keep mine simple right now. So can you throw a name up there, like in the search bar, and just like throw up a name and see if anybody that comes up under your
matches?
Yeah. And only if they had, only if they had that DNA test. So go up there and well, no, you already, that's search Campbell. You may be related to a Campbell.
Okay.
My grandmother.
I would do it for you.
No. You don't have to do it now.
Go
want
ahead.
you to.
What is it you want me to search?
What's that?
Search by. Okay. What is
I just want to because we're related, so it might not be under Henson, but it might be under my grandmother's name, Campbell.
What? I know how you and I are related. You're right on.
How?
You're on this list.
I'm who?
You're on this list right here. As I go down, you're high on the list. See, these are my relatives, and there's 690. I have that. As they go down, let's see where you're. And here's 157, Central Morgans.
Yeah, I know we did this before I found my family, so this has been a while. So keep on going, yeah.
Diane, Christy.
Are we taking up people's time?
No.
I'm gonna do it by your. I'm gonna do it.
No, that's not it.
I'm gonna do it by your name.
Hey, Cora, is it Cora?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
You keep saying.
Oh, there I am, right there.
Here she is right here.
You
Can
keep
Right.
saying Campbell. My great grandfather is a Campbell.
So my grandmother on my dad's side, who I just found out, she LMA Campbell. That's my grandmother.
Okay, and my great grandmother is Delia A. Campbell.
Look under my tree. Look under my tree.
Okay.
Oh, this is Desi Campbell. I know him.
Well, he's the guy who was I didn't even know he was a related. You know what? Found him years ago, because he was on the. He might be related, because I asked him to manage my account. Yeah, I had no idea, but I knew this stuff way back when.
So,
But
Cousin Cora, did you have this Desi Campbell? He's managing your account.
no, no, at first I texted him and asked him if he can do something for me, but
Okay,
then we were never contacted again,
let's
though.
take a look and see how you and I are related. Here you are.
Okay,
Can you see that?
you see right there. That's my profile. That's that's my people.
So there she is, and there I am. And let's do a share matches.
Okay.
So on the
That's it.
share match, now you're showing me on both my mother's and father's side with
Mm-hmm.
these are my close friends. So you matched Bridget, Jerry, all the ones I talked about. There they are,
Mm-hmm.
Stacy
Yep.
and all of them. And then we come over here. Kalea Moss, let me tell you
Mm-hmm.
what you also can do. Kalea Moss is my great granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
She's 7 years old.
Wow.
And I she took the test because she wanted to know about her family on her side. And I also, as a parent, you can test your kids,
Yeah.
grandkids, and your great grandkids. Only you can do it. Somebody else can't go out and do it. But I have a test, as you can see right here. Kalea Moss is my 7-year-old great granddaughter, and she matches me 956.
Okay.
Now, again, most of yours, Cora, look at them there.
Yes.
F on my father's side. You see that?
Yeah.
So that's what tells me.
Yeah. Campbell.
And these are the people who match me, who are you and me, who are in
Mm.
ancestry.
So
60.
that'll tell me that we're related from my grandmother's side. Grandmother's side.
All right, but see,
Is that what you're
that's
saying?
yeah. Uh, you got to tell me you got to tell me from your standpoint. I don't know how you're related to me, or you know, or for yourself. I know for me, you're related on my father's side.
Well, I know under my Henson tree you don't show up.
Yeah, but am I on your father's side or mother's side?
Mother's side. No,
Okay,
my grandmother's side.
no, hold it. You're going too far. Am I
Oh,
on your mother's side or your father's side?
I get you. My father's side. Gotcha.
Case closed.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. This is amazing. This is amazing setup. Thank you so much.
Question
Go ahead.
on to get some clarification. What are the steps you go through to be assured that a match belongs as I'm a female. I
Ooh.
want to know that the match belongs to a female on the father's the father's mother side.
Through the DNA.
Eddie, can you respond? I know you have your hand up, and whatever you want to comment on, go ahead, Eddie.
Now, what I was going to do, you can, if Jerry, go back to your matches. I want to share them show them something.
Can you share your tree and do it?
Nah, you can do it.
Come on, champ, show us.
Come on, Chad, you got it. You can go to your tree.
DNA will.
I have to follow. I got to follow instructions when the champ says.
Okay.
Let me get over there.
But what it is, it'll show you in the information what side of the family. If it's maternal, then you should know by looking at your tree if that person's in there.
Okay, champ. What you want me to do?
Okay.
Okay, I see what he's saying.
So what? I'm up. Let me see. Let me share my tree.
Mm. Don't go away.
Okay. Okay. Jerry has a tool of the ancestry. It's called Pro. Share Match Pro.
Correct.
Now, what you can also do is to find out your closest relative that both of you match at the same time. If you go on the sort, click on the sort.
Yeah.
And then you can select the closest relatives to Cora Hodges. And
right
you
there?
see, yeah, right there.
Yes. So on my father's side is a Campbell and
Go ahead. Let's show you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so now it brings up all the close matches to Cora, starting with her daughter, and then it goes down and drops to the others, to their next relative.
Kelly, that's on my grandmother's side.
But I'm just saying this is how you can get closer to those that you don't know.
Okay.
On the other hand, if you go over to filters on that same line, where it says filter your match.
Eddie, I have one question, champ. Cora,
Yes, sir.
your daughter has taken the test?
Yes, but she didn't go too deep into it.
But there she is, Tiffany.
Yeah, that's my daughter. Yes.
And notice she's at 3,400.
She better be.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
I'm letting everybody know about the numbers. So go ahead, champ. Do what?
Okay. The other thing is you can go over to the filter part of it.
Sort.
Match. Over in shared match. Over on the left, Jerry, on the left.
Okay.
Okay, share match.
Match. Okay.
The filter up one. Go up.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
And you can select what filters you want in there, just like if you want to put in a group or your parent. If you click on parent, you can select maternal or paternal, and it'll pull up all your relatives on one side of your family.
Okay, so go to mine and pull up all the relatives on my.
Which one do you want me to do, champ?
I'm sorry, my bad.
Parent?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not gonna work.
Which one? You can select paternal. If you want your father, it's your paternal. If you want your mother, it's maternal.
So which one do you want me to pick?
So let's just put paternal. Okay, and add to the filter. Yeah.
Oh.
No, it won't pull up anything on there, but sometimes it's hard to do it that way. But that's how you can do it there and find out on what particular side of the family they match you on.
Okay.
Other way is that when you first match them, it'll tell you with the information if they're on your paternal up at the top under your name, where it says your third cousin or half cousin once removed, and ancestry put up there paternal or maternal.
Right.
So you can look at those things and it'll tell you what side that your match is on. The other person's matches, they don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Denise.
Just one comment. The reason when he selected paternal, the reason it came up with none is because even though he selected Cora's father's side, Jerry is not related to anybody on Cora's father's side.
Nope.
That's why with that filter, it came up with no result.
I wish I could send you my family tree because I have it up. But all I can say, I have the family tree on my grandmother's side, on the Campbell side. On the Campbell side is Malkachi, is Malaachi. Easterlin, Campbell, Williams, Henson on my dad's side. And we go way back when is Dubet, Dubet. So that's all on my grandmother's side. So I don't think we're related, Jerry, on my father's side. I think it's on my grandmother's side who's a Campbell.
Well,
it just showed that he wasn't related to you on your father's side because you didn't get any matches.
Who wasn't related with who?
Jerry.
Jerry, that's what I was just explaining. When he did the
Oh, okay.
filter on father, that's
Right.
why it had no result, because Jerry is not related to you, Cora, on your
Right.
father's side.
Right.
That just confirmed it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what about my the grandmother's side?
Which side
Which
for
grandma?
grandmother?
I'm confused. So he's not related to me he's related somehow. So my mother's Caucasian, my dad's black. So he's related somehow. So you say he's not related? Is that what you're saying?
No, where you have shared matches. So you
Right.
are related. And
Right.
it was showing your shared matches. So
Right.
then, if you want to take it further, number
Right.
one,
Right.
you have to build out your tree a little bit more so you can see who your
No,
common
absolutely. Yeah,
ancestors are.
absolutely. Absolutely. Right.
Okay.
Right.
And that will help in defining exactly who your common ancestors are between you and Jerry.
I
You
got
already
you.
know you're a match from a DNA perspective. Now you
Right.
need to build it out a little bit more, go further
Okay.
back
All right.
to see exactly who
Okay.
brings the two of you together.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gracie,
Appreciate that.
Gracie,
Who was that, Gracie?
I got a question for
Who was
Gracie.
just was that Gracie that just talked to me? Well, thank you for that information.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Gracie,
I'm sorry, Eddie.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm
okay.
here.
Uh,
Jerry,
oh yes. What did it?
you didn't do the same thing for me.
Pardon
Because I
me.
don't know. Yeah, you and I.
Okay, we will.
Yeah.
We will.
I think we did it before, but I don't remember much.
Beverly,
Yes.
what did you learn from that exercise?
I learned that I think the question was, how was she related to you? And you were, that it showed that it's not on paternal side. However, it could be the paternal side, but the maternal great grandmother.
Yeah, I
So
got you.
therefore, it may not show on that Jed match because those chromosomes are coming from an X and not a Y.
Gotcha. Is that
What
get
did
over
it?
here? Get
What
over
did
here.
it mean to see Eddie and Denise's presentation? Was that helpful?
Yes, for me.
Yeah,
Uh,
I belong to a Jet Match group with Friedman's Friday, and then the African American Genealogy Historical Study Group of Chicago and Evanston. So I'm with all three of those groups, and I was just right before you with a throw off of our group Jed Match explaining and to us and all that right before this one. So we've been going through Jed Match quite a bit, and it's very, very interesting because you can get to the painting and siding, and you can. It's very, very, very extensive, and it gets real deep. So you can really go deep, which would answer those questions and even show her. You can get certain signs, and you can see the chromosomes where the relatives are matching. So it's really phenomenal. It's really very, very interesting.
Carolyn, are you still with me, Carolyn?
Yes, I'm still here.
I want to show you something here.
Okay.
I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the screen, everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, Carolyn, when we um, do research on your kit, on your screen, on your DNA, look
Uh-huh.
look what Ancestry does. It separates information for you. Right, number one, it gives me a summary and origins. It talks about my origin, traits, matches, and this is all matches right here. This summary here, because that's why all these matches, starting with my closest down,
Mhm.
and then you can go by parent. And this is what a lot of people don't know. It separates your DNA matches by parents. So you
Oh,
go,
wow.
Those people are in my profile right there. The four people up on top, I have those in my matches. I don't know whose profile this is, but I have them in my matches.
That's mine.
Oh.
You
Because
all
y'all
related.
related, Cora.
You all be
Yeah,
related down the line. You got 50 centimorgans. That's like how many, like about the fourth, fifth generation somewhere on your tree. You all now, if you have a tree, you can find out who and where.
right.
Jerry's got an extensive tree.
I'm gonna keep on. I'm gonna keep on.
So it's he's got a wonderful tree. If you all study his tree, you can find out where you all, it's third, fourth, fifth generation,
Oh yeah, I'm going to your tree, Jerry.
Yeah,
great great grandparents and so forth and through there, cousins, brothers, and DNA will put you there.
Yep.
They got painters and all kind of things, don't they?
and so, Carolyn, what I want you to know, and those who are doing your research, here's what Ancestry has done for us. They have separated. I have over 9,000 matches on my paternal side. I have almost 9,000 on my maternal side. And look at them. These are the most common last
I know.
names which can be found in the trees of your closest paternal matches.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the ones that are over there. It shows where they're at. It shows their regions and all that, the color code. But look at this. Let's view the matches that are on my father's side. So Carolyn, I'm letting you know, when we do go into this, they have your DNA. They have already separated your mother's side of the family, these matches, and your father's side of the family. Now, what does that mean to you, Carolyn?
I need to get plugged in. I need to get plugged in so I use my kit number.
I'll get with you on that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Denise.
Yeah, put her in Jed match, right? Yeah, do a kit. Yeah.
Yeah, those matches.
Where are the
Yeah.
Go
Maxwells?
ahead, Denise. Go ahead.
I just wanted to find out from Theodora if this answers her question, because before she was asking, how do I know whether it's on my father's side or my mother's side or my father's mother's side and that sort of thing. So this sort of breaks it down for you. It starts with your parents. And then, of course, your parents have two parents, but it starts with your parents. So either they're related on your father's side or they're related on your mother's side, or to complicate things, if you have cousins like mine, and they
Sometimes
were
both.
what we
Yes.
call, there was some endogamy in the area where they lived. In other words,
Couldn't
some
help
people
it.
cohabitated and they shouldn't have been.
They
Okay.
didn't know. A lot of people didn't
Exactly.
know.
They didn't know, but now we do. We can see that story, but for the most part, you can focus on either your father's side or your mother's side. And of course, Jerry didn't go further down the list, but he's probably got some that are unassigned or both
I do.
down there.
So
Okay.
now, where does Maxwell come in?
And here it is. I showed you. You remember I had to color coded. That's why the F on my father's side, those matches were the ones that were on my father's side. The other ones were on and the ones that had the M was from my mother's side. Now look at this. It also has who matches both sides. Now those are my real close relatives.
Huh?
So I'll view those.
Who matches both sides?
Edwards, my great grandmother, my grandmother, her maiden name is Edwards. My great uncles are Edwards, so I've got Edwards in my family. Doesn't mean we're related, but could be the same slaveholder or whatever. But I have Edwards in my family on my maternal side.
And so I was just showing you that. And then here's another tool that we use. Gracie, this is for you, something you can visualize. You can, all your matches by location. Look at that, by location. I'm going to click location. And look what Ancestry has done. Can you all see this map?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
This map has by DNA matches by where they live.
Okay, so I can see 3, 4, 3, 4, and 40.
Make
There are about 3 or 4 places in Georgia.
Yeah, and so you make it closer. And like I always start where you live, San Diego. I'm in San Diego. And look how when you make it closer, look how it breaks down the cities and where at. And so there I'm right in San Diego. And then I saw there was a person who in San Diego with me. I didn't know her, but I did find out that she lives in San Diego, and I contacted her, and her parents live in Omaha, Nebraska, where I'm from. So I met a close relative. And then as you come back out, look, it shows where these DNA matches are in different locations. In Linwood, there's 2. You pick them out, and there's their names.
We have chicken in the already in the refrigerator.
Oh, see, you sure do. And look at Los Angeles. I have a number right in Los Angeles. I click on there, and it'll show who they are. Look at that. There their names are, pictures of them. And so I can contact them. Look at Wandale Jackson. They say that he's a close relative. He lives in LA. Watch what I do. I click on him, and look what this program does. It brings him up, and look at him. He's a first cousin on my daddy's side. This Wandale is my first cousin.
Wow. Do you know him?
Yeah, that's my father's brother's son.
Oh, okay.
My father's brother's son, Wandale. And he's he comes to our meetings sometimes, but that's the first cousin.
Wait a minute. How your father's
brother's son? That's my uncle's son.
How come he's not a Moss?
I told you we don't go by names, we go by DNA. Okay?
Okay.
Yep.
Before DNA, you went by DNA before. Wait a minute.
It's out of our hands. Those are the decisions they made. A lot of decisions by
surprise information.
I'm gonna start some stuff here. Most of them decisions was made by the women. They didn't want to have the name. They took whatever name the woman said the last name that kid had. That's what name that kid had.
Was it DNA? Was it named before DNA? But I'll stop. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to share because I've got cousins in the same situation.
Go ahead.
And their mother decided that her children were going to get her maiden name instead of her husband's name, instead of the father's name. So I've got 6 cousins who have the surname following their mother. So I can't justify why she did it, but that's what she did for all 6 of her children. They were married. They were not illegitimate children, but that's what she decided. And so that's what it was.
Okay. Deborah, could you introduce yourself? There she is. Hello.
Hi, Jerry. It's Delbra.
Oh, Delbra. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Could you introduce yourself? We're just having one big happy DNA party.
I haven't been to your meetings in a while. Sorry, I've been researching, but through GEDmatch, we're related. Who's not? Depending on how low centimorgans you can go. But I research out of Alabama. And a great deal of our ancestors reared out of Georgia, Alabama, came from Maryland, South Carolina, North Carolina, and then went to Georgia, Alabama, and then to Mississippi, and over there, Arkansas, where you guys are. So, so I saw that you were going to be doing a bunch of different topics tonight. So I was like, let me check in, but I only research enslavement. So I found all of my ancestors up to 1870, and so now I only research enslavement.
Good. I have one of the records that I'm going to right now is about where our ancestors were enslaved, and I was able to get. Could you tell us a little bit more about yourself, like where you live and who you're researching? Just something so that people can have just a brief introduction.
my family reared out of Bullitt County, Alabama. So if you guys ever did a search in for Alabama matches in your tree in Ancestry by location, Bullitt County, Barber County, Pike County, Macon County, where Tuskegee Institute is, that's where my family was from. All those little small country towns. And so my family reared out of there. Then in the 60s, my grandmother and her children migrated up here to Rochester, New York. So that's where I was born, here in Rochester. And so, yeah, I've been researching 37 years. And so a great deal of the body of work I do, like Jerry, is trying to figure out how we're all connected, and doing a lot of the topics that he cover. I do those as well. So we're all willing workers.
And you have meetings, don't you? You give lessons, and you have a web page. What is it that you have that your teaching tool that you share with people, Deborah?
So, so what I will do, cousin Jerry, like him, I host Zoom sessions. Anyone is welcome to attend, and my Zoom sessions I put on YouTube. So every one of my Zoom sessions I put on YouTube. So I do sessions on everything, like Jerry. So I do sessions on Ancestry. I do sessions on GEDmatch, or I've done sessions on GEDmatch, deep dive, teaching how to utilize the tool. I've done sessions on, gosh, everything. Right now, my love is WikiTree. And I just ended a 4-part session in September on the Native American connection out of Alabama, really about the pre-Trail of Tears. So many of us know we have Native American ancestry, but we can't prove it because our ancestors didn't go to Mississippi or Oklahoma. They stayed in Alabama, they stayed in Georgia, and really trying to figure out, how do I figure out this connection when no one was talking about that? So, so during the month of August, I spent a great deal of time researching where the Trail of Tears originated at that time period, which is 1832 in Macon, Alabama, the whole Alabama piece. And I did a 4-part session leading everyone into really how to find breakthroughs in those regards. So I'll share my YouTube channel. I do a lot. I have music on my channel. I have so much on my channel, but a great deal of my topics are breaking through these brick walls. And like Jerry, the goal is to each one, teach one, reach one. What can we do to help each other figure out our connections?
Thank you.
Can you show us an example?
Which one? What thing?
You pick.
Oh gosh. You want me to share my share or something? My screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, I can do that. So okay. So usually what I tend to do, I'll go into one of these Zooms, and I research enslavement all day, every day. Point blank period. For me, I'm going to share. For me, it's all about okay, I'll start with my Zoom just to help you guys understand what you're looking at. All right, do you see the Zoom page?
Yeah, breaking through brick walls.
See it.
Correct? Uh-oh. She's muted.
No.
Denise, how do we get her to unmute?
I did it. I don't know how I got there.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So basically, the woman behind me in my background of my photo is the same photo on YouTube. So if you notice the photograph, she looks just like my grandmother. So the woman on the left is my grandmother, or the woman at the top, and the woman on the right is a third great ancestor. So she is like 3 generations behind or in front of my grandmother. And she looks like her mother. And that just floored me. You know, we're doing this to try to find our family, to find connections of our family. So on my YouTube channel, you know, if you go to videos, this is the 4-part session I just concluded, which is all about the Native American, Melungeon, free people of color. And I really was just talking about opening up our minds to understanding how to figure out those connections. I have so much more on here. I do a lot. I've done a movie, but I have music. But then further down, when you see the breaking through these brick walls, these are all videos that I've done with other participants and sharing different topics, whether it's on a last name, whether it's trying to find a missing grandparent. I figured out, I came up with my own 13 steps. And then I have a video on trying to research enslavement as well. So all of the anything that says breaking through these brick walls are just videos that if you have certain locations like Frederick, Maryland, I talked about the Georgetown University, that whole project and how I believe that was related. So I'm a part of a bunch of different groups as well. I did a topic on 23andMe. And so I just do a lot of sharing. So these are the things you're going to get out of looking at my channel. And you probably know some of the people. My ancestors are Birds, Wootons, Stinsons, Fitzpatricks. All of these are names wherever all of you are. And then I'll quickly show you, if you don't mind, Jerry, my tree. Well, I don't know why I went that way. So in my personal tree, the top part, my father, I found out a year ago, was from Jamaica. So this was everything on the top is my paternal in the tree. Everything on the bottom is my maternal. Here is my grandmother, here, my mom and her dad. So I found all of my ancestors up to 5 generations on a tree, a pedigree chart. And then I've been finding all of their ancestors going further back, connecting to the European side as well. So as you can see, I only research enslavement. So Fortune, Fitzpatrick, Hooks, Wood, Harpers, Wootons or Hootons, Stratfords are some of my surnames. Anderson, Queens, Proctors, Wiggum, and Smiths, you know, same last names you guys tend to hear. But this is me trying to figure out the connections that go further back. So all of these are all of my lines.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you. Let me finally stop sharing. So what I will, Jerry, I want to have a conversation with you, Jerry, because one thing I will share, if you don't mind, is it would be phenomenal if you guys get into WikiTree. I heard, Jerry, you love Ancestry. WikiTree is the truth right here.
That's why I'm here, Delbra. That's why I'm here. Yeah.
And thanks, Champ.
Oh, okay. WikiTree is amazing. You're gonna talk about WikiTree tonight?
Yes.
Okay. I knew I was like, someone's doing WikiTree. I don't know, but we got to get our people in WikiTree. So I won't go any further, but I am also a transcriber of WikiTree as well. And I'm adding my ancestors to WikiTree so that anyone researching will find what I've discovered in research. Sources, records. In Ancestry, it can be hidden because we're not sharing our trees sometimes. Sometimes when you're still researching, you want to keep it to yourself until you prove things. So, but WikiTree is an amazing platform. So Denise is going to share that piece with you guys. I won't go any further, but definitely when you're ready, if you can, get in WikiTree. And that way it'll be an amazing for all of us. Thank you guys so much.
Could you thank you for that presentation. Could you please give us your GMS kit number in the text chat?
I will put 2 things in there. I'll put mines, but I manage a bunch of kits like my brother, my husband, my cousins. And so I'll put my email address. If you know how to search for a kit by a person's email address, you'll find more kits of mines that way. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for her?
So it's called WikiKit. Oh, Wiki. Shit, I forgot already. What's it called now?
Dilbra? No, hers is called the Genealogy Devil's
No,
Advocate.
what about the
Wiki
Wiki
tree.
Wiki
Wiki
Tree? I got
tree.
you. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Wiki Tree. Write this down. Ugh.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. I have a couple items, and Denise, right after that, um, you can take over co-hosting and also go over WikiTree. Is that okay?
Oh, you're gonna give me extra work now. Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
You
All right.
see.
So here we go. Uh, I need help with this. I have done my research and I have kept it as accurate as I can. And then what happened is I had one of my European uh, DNA relatives reach out to me. And she shared how she believed that we were related through her, one of her ancestors. And so she provided documentation and she shared DNA matches that she has. And there's two of them. It's her name is
Yeah.
Lauren DeMaw, and there's Tommy Morrison, two European cousins who have DNA matches, and they have the same ancestor, their third great grandfather, who is presumed to be the father. And so she sent information and records to me because she saw my tree. Thank you, Deborah, for commenting on my tree. She saw the content and she saw that the names that are on my tree are the ones that matches her records that were enslaved by her ancestors.
Wow.
So I'm going to share some of that with you, and I am in the process now of incorporating that information in my tree. But I'm going to give you a few um, documents, and then as I go along, if anyone wants to add, I need help on how do I incorporate this information in my tree. Okay, so here we go. We'll start here. This is a will. There's Lauren. This is a will in Alabama, Franklin County. This Thomas Moss, he passed away and he left this will in I believe it was 1854. No, let me find out exactly. I'll go to the next one.
Yeah.
But let me just look at some of this. This Thomas Moss, he last will and testament, and he gave to his wife, Peggy Moss. And again, it's in Franklin County. Franklin County, it's in Russellville, Alabama. And all household furniture that she can auction off and significant stock for her support, also following Negro slave Randall, a man, Edmund, and old Peggy, and the little girl Mary. And as much land to cultivate during her life as she may need upon her support. and old Edmund and Peggy, if they shall become helpless, and if Randall shall outlive my beloved wife. I then desire them sold, in the process divided amongst all my children. The girl married to be disposed as my beloved wife may see fit. And then to his daughter, different part of the land, and Negro woman Tilda. And then out to my daughter Rachel, her life, Negro boy Andy. So this is the opening. I'm just gonna let you know that's the opening. And let's go to this next one. This was in 23rd of November, 1849. Thomas Moss. This is his will signed, and it went to probate. And look at this. The one name is this Jackson C.C. Moss will sell the land and divide the proceeds equally among the children. And I further wish that after my death that the Negroes appointed to be sold, which would be sold by my son J.C.C. Moss, and the money divided any cost and expense to the legal deeds, and I name and appoint my son Jackson C.C. Moss, my sole executor of this last will and testament. And the date is November 23rd,
1849.
1849. So,
Wow.
so there it is, and it's in the county of Alabama. And look at there, here it is. And my dear cousin Denise, office the town of Russellville, this 19th day in 1851. So it's Russellville, Alabama. That's the
Yep, that's my people.
okay.
We were all over Russellville.
So
wow, that's crazy.
So I'm setting the stage because we want to have foundation, correct? So that's the field. Now the people, here's where they come in. My ancestors are part of this, the enslaved people. Now, here's from Lauren. This was in 2022. No, 2024. She wrote me, I'll share a few documents with you for your review and comments. I'll also share a Zoom recording with our cousin Thomas as guest speaker. That was me to her. My family appreciates the opportunity to build a solid relationship, and I can host a Zoom meeting. So I'm reaching out. She's talked to me, and I'm reaching out to her. So this is an example of us working together. And let me go over here. Here's what she said. I totally agree that we should do everything we can to be open and real about the past and to embrace all the members of our family. I think as a society and nation, this is the only path to a more just and promising future. I would be happy to meet with interested relatives and perhaps at a later date include more members of my immediate family who I'm sure would be interested. So she'd like to digest a lot of this information and maybe just talk in June. That was in 2024. In the meantime, she sent the will of Thomas Moss. She's been working on identified enslaved people he named. And yes, she has most of the census slave records before the Civil War. And then you can tell me if there's some gaps. You want to work with me on mine, and Tommy, if he's willing. And I gave him the email. And she said, thanks again for being open to talking and working together. It's like tearing off an old bandage or scab, isn't it? Hard and painful, but hopefully good for us in the end.
Wow.
So that's what she shared with me. Now, here's some of the documents. There she is. That's Lauren DeMall. That's Tommy and his wife, Tommy Morrison.
Oh.
He's another DNA relative, my Uncle Hubert. Now, here's one of the records she shared. She took the time to color code this information, and you can see a match like Hobson, that's a name, and matches 25 with Lauren and Lane, and also other Moss descendants, black and white. Joe Moss, Lucretia, there's a Jerry, and look how she's identifying the information. Rufus, part of the who were enslaved. So I'm just giving you an overview, okay? We'll go into detail later. And here's Reuben T. Moss. He was enslaved also. And then it goes down to his, not in 1870, he took the name. He was Reuben in the slave schedules. Now he has the Moss name. And then they go into Reuben T. Moss goes down to his family. And then here it is, me, Jerry Moss, DNA matched to Moss descendants and black and white. So now she's added me in that. So there's that record. These are my cousins, my black cousins, Val Rudolph, 15 Central Morgans. Here's one, McGee, 31 Central Morgans with Tommy. I showed you him. So she went through and she's dissected this, and she puts it in this form. There's some more. And let me show you this. There's Reuben, and then we're gonna go right over to here's Val. That's one of the persons that matches her and me. And Val matches me 58 Central Morgans.
Is that your dad's side? I'm sorry. Your mom's side. Is that your dad's side?
Yeah, these are
okay,
all.
I got you. I got you.
And here's my tree.
Burnell's on mine.
There's what's that?
I see a Burnell on mine. No,
Yeah.
not that's from yours. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's on mine. But there are Burnells. So there's the father side and the mother side.
Yeah.
Okay. And Yvette Holder, she's on that record. So I'm just showing how I get my records. And what I use snip. I snip these when I'm doing my research. I snip them, and I have files, so that's why I have these copies of them in color. So that's a good tool that you can use to save your files. And then I put them in a correct folder. Okay.
McGee pops up in my second cousin, Willie Maxwell Jr., and he also took the family tree DNA test with the 700 Y test for males.
Yeah, I took that too.
That comes up. So that's a second cousin. I don't have many of them, but I got him because he's the last male Maxwell that I can get my hands on.
Okay. Okay. And here's another record, and I'll be shutting it down after this. She with her records, she went and she gave this DNA trail. Here's an example. Moss DNA trail as of 2024. Over 50 matches to me are descendants of my fourth great grandparents, Thomas and Peggy Moss. Most of these people are my fifth to seventh cousins. The average amount of DNA is 15 Central Morgans. 12 of the matches who are descendants of my third great grandfather, Jackson C. Moss and Emily, most of them are my fourth to sixth cousins. And the amount of DNA is 16 Central Morgans. And then she said, For Reuben's grandchildren, 4 generations, 8 to 14 centimorgans. For his grandchildren, 56, one match to me is a descendant of Rufus Moss, and the amount of identical DNA we share is 25 centimorgans. 6 DNA matches to me are probably descendants of Rufus or Reuben. Now, Reuben is my second great grandfather, but those whose lines I haven't seen yet, 6 matches, almost all of the descendants of Rufus and Reuben Moss are also DNA matches with some each one of them. And descendants of, and she said, and the descendants of JCC Moss, black and white, who are matches to me. So we are definitely related through the Moss family. And so there it is. Here's her matches from Rufus Moss, and here's her matches like through Lawrence matches, proven or probable descendants of Reuben Moss. Here they are over here, Reuben Moss and the different ones there. And so there's Val. I know the McGee's, Reuben Thomas Moss, and it shows where he's from. Clinton McGee, Val, Yvette, Judy, Rumford. I gave Judy the test, and she matches Lauren 20 centimorgans, also matched to other descendants, black and white. So what I'm telling you is, and then she goes through and does this. She puts this chart together and goes through different percentages, and then starts talking about different scenarios and gives you. Here's what she says. This one here, Jackson C.C. Moss, 1815 to 1904, the only other son, could not have been biological father of William Jack Moss. He could have been the biological father of Rufus Moss or Reuben Moss. In both cases, Rufus and Reuben are descendants, and I would be half of 4th to 6th generation, sharing an average of 10 to 20 centimorgans. Mathematically, this is the most probable scenario. So,
hold on, keep that up for a minute. I'm going to take a snapshot. Can I take a snapshot?
Go ahead.
Hold on, pull it down a little bit more. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Shit. Sorry, guys.
And so
all right, I got it.
So she mentioned, you remember that will that I told you? She said William Jack Moss probably was not enslaved by Thomas. There's no Moss males of those ages and missing. Also in Thomas's 1849 will, he named 17 enslaved people, but none called William. William Jack Moss also was probably not enslaved, but William, who remained in Alabama all his life, while William Jack had been taken to Arkansas. So William Jack Moss must have been enslaved by Jackson C.C. Moss. He's most likely one of the 2 black males, ages 26 and 29, listed in J.C.C. Moss's 1850 slave schedule, and the black male 37 in J.C.C. Moss's 1860 slave schedule. I'm guessing that J.C. purchased William Jack Moss in the 1840s in Alabama from another slave owner. So there it is. Here's Reuben, and she feels that okay, here's what she said. She says, I want to acknowledge here as aside that the fact of a white slave owner, or most any white man in the 18th and 19th centuries, in this country, having sex with an enslaved woman should never be considered consensual. It may or may not have been violent, but as long as any man is in a position of power over any woman, there's no such thing as consensual sex. It's an assault.
Hey, I'm going to log off, guys.
Go
It's
ahead.
been great. Love y'all.
Go ahead.
Love you.
Okay, bye.
It's been great. I mean, it's an assault. Sadly, it's unlikely we will ever be able to prove who the mothers are, Rufus and Reuben are. Rufus' mother was probably one of the women named in the wills and that kind of thing. So I'm sharing this information so that you can see the second child listed in the 1860 slave schedule. They used mulatto, the word mulatto, in 1870, 20, and domestic servant. So there is a trail that she's left, and she's sharing this information with me. And what I'm going to do is incorporate it into my tree. Do you agree or disagree?
Go for it.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Definitely incorporate it. And they probably
agree.
owe you reparations too. Just saying.
Deborah, please comment. Deborah, you have your hand raised.
Laughing at her reparations. Hello, you. So I just have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Do you have one? It would be great if she invited you to her full tree so that you can see everyone, all of the names in the respective alignment. And then because you want to be able to look at the records associated with the family, it's not that you may not find the mother, but you need all of the records to be able to really create the picture of everything that she's divulged. So for me, that is an amazing start. She's giving you all of the people in the tree, all of that great goodness. But it's better to construct a tree, building from the tree, finding the proper records so that you can see how everything lines up. That's how I would have approached it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, do I have the information? I have these documents. Do I need? Are you suggesting that I need more information from her when I build this tree?
You
I
may
already
not.
have my tree.
You may not have to build build her family's tree. There's probably public trees on Ancestry and probably public trees on Wikitree that you can look at. You have the documents, but do you have the links to the sources of the documents? Because that's what's most important.
Yes.
Okay, so having the links to the source of the documents. But what I like to do is I'll look at the enslaver, like the father and all the children. And then I go look for the records for all of them, their deaths, and then the deeds, because those two together give you a fuller picture. There are more records that you can use, definitely, but I use those two and I'm able to construct the family based on all of that data.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Beverly.
According to the genealogy that I know, yes, you can add that to your tree, as she said, Deborah, with further documentation, birth, death certificates, and various things to back up that information.
Now, when I add them to the tree, won't I get hints for some of those documents?
You probably should, yes.
Okay.
It may not be that difficult because she has, information, and she has where they were born,
Yes.
birth and death dates. Then it would be very simple for you to find further documentation.
Can you ask
because they kept excellent records.
Can you ask her to
for
invite you to her
themselves.
tree so that you can see if she has the sources in each person's profile, so you don't have to go looking You know what I mean? One thing I have done, I built a whole brand new tree of the enslaver so I can do with the tree what I want to. And I can add all the people and all the stuff because I want to dig in and figure things out for myself. I want to find every record. So sometimes that's an amazing process. I'm trying to learn to be smarter by looking for other people who have a good, strong, solid tree. Sometimes they don't add the records we need, but with their tree, you can search ancestry for more records, then you can find more records that way. But a lot of times you are not going to find deeds in ancestry. Those are in family search, and those tell a different story. But yeah. So I would start ask her if she'll share her tree. They're sharing you all this information. She's gotta be able to have, a strong tree. You want to look for a strong tree because sometimes we guess their family when they already know their family. So that's how come I like to search for a tree from them so that they would better know their family than I would be trying to guess it.
Dr. Murphy, in her tree, the verification she has for all the people that are in her line, the whites that are in her lines, as I said, what she does is just get documentation to follow up on that tree and go from there with just more documentation. And if you find that documentation and that DNA already shows that there is some authenticity to the record.
So should Jerry ask for her tree to see her tree?
I personally, Jerry, that's a good suggestion. Ask her for her tree if it's not already public. If it's already public, then you'll be able to see all of the deceased people. If you ask her for permission to see the living, that's where you may get some pushback. However, asking to see her tree is fine, but I would also build your own. Use the information that she has provided to you and build your own tree. And as you find out more information, because yes, Ancestry is going to give you hints at the wazoo when you start adding all of those people. I mean, she's given you a good start because you've got dates, places, names. So you've got a very good start, and you build that tree, and then you can work from there and make sure you use the identifiers that they have in Ancestry. Who's the enslaver? Who's the slave? The enslaved, I think, is the term they're using on Ancestry. So you can build that out. And then, of course, I'm going to put in a plug for WikiTree because you can do it on WikiTree as well. And you may even find more connections to the global tree because she's taking you pretty far back.
I have one item. Thank you for those comments. I will follow up. I wrote that down, and I will be following up with her. I had a great discovery this last week. I received a probate document, and it listed a lot of my family members, and I can use this to help fill out my tree. And I just want to show you what I found. And this is part of where my family, where they migrated to California. They lived in Los Angeles, and this is my great uncle, Samuel Frederick Moss. And I now what I'm going to do is use these names, and I know some of these relatives, and I'm going to add them to my tree. But there's a story behind this. One of my cousins, she said that some years ago, they received $50 from one of the Moss men, men from California. She didn't know which one it was, but I found out which one of my great uncles sent money to his nieces and nephews, and it was Samuel Frederick Moss, and this is the list that was in his will. and what they had in probate that was in court. I just want to share this, and I'll show you some names that were on it. I just found this week, so this is the one that I'm going to be focusing on. His name was Samuel Frederick Moss, my second great uncle on my dad's side, and this cousin of mine, there she is. She originally shared this December 9th, 2024. It's from LA, and it's they talk about the tax and automobiles and things like that, and then claimed the attorney for two, and now they start naming these names. So this is the inheritance given to these people. And look, it has Freddie Thompson, Johnny Moss, got these names, Elizabeth Best. They wouldn't be in here if they weren't relatives. Daisy Moss, I know who she is. I know Etta McKinney. They're all in my tree. But this man had all these, they were all part of his estate that he willed. And there's the Atkins, and then on the next page, let me see, it's back here. Over here, it has all these names. And so Floyd Moss, that's my uncle. Lloyd Moss, Hubert Moss, David Moss, and look here, as my father. My father's name is Kenneth Moss. And these are his brothers. So what he did is all of his brothers' kids, he listed their names. And so I have all these names here in this will. So these are my relatives: Young, Thompson, Atkins, Judy Ray Atkins. I gave her a DNA test, and she's the one that told me, hey, I received $50 from one of those Mosses. Well, now I can tell her this is the one you received it from, because it's part of, these were heirs to for my great uncle Samuel Frederick Moss. So that is awesome. And James and Jenny Tidwell, James Monroe Moss, heirs to the beneficiary to whom it may be concerned. And so that information, I have that information. I'm going to use that for my records, and I wanted to share that because that gives me, that's a treasure to get that information and know that these family members, I can research them and I can add them to my tree, because I have some of them in my tree, but now I know even more about the connection. And these are some of the joys and some of the rewards I believe that God has given me for what I've done to get answers and to get
Yeah, that is a treasure, because you
verification.
yeah, you can add the names that you have. There's new names that you can add now, right?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Yes.
And you would you give $50?
And he sent $50 to these to the all those people there. And then they told a story. My cousin Judy, yeah, I remember we got money from one of the Mosses in California, and I didn't know which one. And what it was her grandfather's brother. That's James Monroe, and he's my great grandfather's brother.
Mm-hmm.
So they were brothers, and they were porters. They got jobs as porters after they were enslaved. They got jobs on the railroad, and that elevated our economic status as as a people.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And not only him, but his brothers. There was like they're my uncles.
Hmm. And that's something that we can do to preserve our lineages, for our descendants coming up. They will have a record of who their people are if we did something like that, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
I think of that too because I feel like it's so difficult for me and people like me to find my ancestors and my family, that I want to do things now that will connect my descendants to them. I think about that.
yeah. And I met a cousin. She lives here in San Diego, Josephine, and we met at a Starbucks at a shopping center. And she shared her records with me, and I shared my records with her. And so this is my second great grandfather and grandmother, Reuben and City Moss. And there they are, the ones that
Beautiful.
were in the records. And she showed some of those. There she is, Josephine.
Beautiful.
Yeah, she's 85.
Come on.
Yeah, she's 85. That was 2 years ago.
Wow.
And what's her name?
Her name is Josephine. She was named after her grandmother, Josephine. You know how the names are passed down,
Yeah,
even the
yeah.
names. Yeah. And she's the one that came with her pictures, and I had mine. She had family pictures there. I want to show you this one. Well,
Nice.
so you see it. They have their names on them, but I want to show you this one. She gave me these pictures, Franklin and Laura. But
Franklin looks like my Uncle Ed.
yeah,
Mustache and all. Yeah.
well, these are coming up. It should come up real. Let me see. I might have to do this to get to them. I definitely want to show you this one picture of my uncles. As a matter of fact, one of them, he graduated in 1911, James Monroe Moss, from the second class of Howard University in Washington, D.C. as a preacher. And he was a traveling preacher. And so I do want to show I want to show my uncles because I'm sharing information that they haven't seen, and so with my cousins, and so it's pretty it's rewarding to sit down and talk to them and share pictures, send them records, and that I have, and they're really happy. Here they are.
What year did he graduate from
1911,
okay,
and I have his degree here too. I got a picture of his degree.
School of Religion?
Yeah, these are my uncles, my great uncles. These are the Moss men. These are the ones that were porters. And my great grandfather, he had passed away before this, so he wasn't in the picture. But there's James Monroe right there, and there's Samuel, John, and Henry. Those are the Moss. Those are the Moss men.
I
And
think all these mosses were named after enslavers.
yeah, 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 they were.
I mean,
And,
they're all they
and that
must have owned a whole lot of stuff.
yeah, and that's City Moss. Yeah, they owned a lot of things, and a lot of items. And this is Reuben's wife. Reuben was a mulatto, but she's, as you see, that's City, my second great grandmother, City Roberts. And I met. She has and that's her daughter Alice. Aren't these some nice pictures?
Yep.
And City
Beautiful,
Roberts,
yes.
City Roberts had a relative who matches me. I found her on GEDmatch. She matches me on GEDmatch. Her name is Aline, and her granddaughter got her gave her a DNA test. And I recommend any one of you, all of you, always get tests for some more senior people in your family that will take it. Get theirs because their DNA reaches back further in our history. So if you don't get the story, please get their DNA, and that DNA will help you with the story. And so I just want to share that, just share that with you. And that's the value of doing your research and allowing getting help from other from your family members and them sharing their records. And again, it took action. It's ASK, ask, seek, and knock. If I just sat here in my study and didn't reach out to people and go see them and build a relationship with my relatives, I wouldn't get any of this. So you can find time if you really want to get the full benefit of your research. Take action. Are you a black? Denise, would you please uh, take over as co-host as you give us um, your WikiTree presentation? I see it, but I don't hear you, Denise. You're muted.
I'm just a talking. I was praising Delbra because just a couple weeks ago, Delbra was honored as WikiTreeer of the Week. They typically identify relatively new WikiTree users and honor them as WikiTreeer of the Week. She got a whole page talking about her background and what she's doing and her blogs and things of that nature. So again, congratulations on that. We also had her on a program that I co-host, which is the Saturday Roundup. Every Saturday, we're doing uh, identifying different activities within WikiTree. Some people need encouragement. They like games and they like challenges. I'm beyond that. I was an athlete. So
Yeah.
I've been there, done that. I'm not really interested in all the challenges and things like that anymore, but they seem to go over pretty well with a lot of members. But WikiTree is a global collaborative family tree. And at the present, we have over 1 million members in WikiTree. We call them community members. And then on top of that, we've got 43 million profiles. That means if you go out there and you add your family's information today, 9 times out of 10, somebody's going to be connected to you if you connect to the global tree. So we're really anxious to have more members join. I'm really anxious to have more African American members join. WikiTree started about 16 years ago, and it was built by a non-African American. He did it for his family, and then it spread like wildfire. Some of his family was over in England, so there's a lot of European interest in this tool and a lot of activity globally. I mean, we've expanded. We've got members in Australia, England, Africa, Jamaica. We're trying to make sure we've got somebody representing in Puerto Rico. I don't think that one's very active right now, but we're trying to push to get more people involved there in Puerto Rico. But the first page that you see here, if you put in wikitree.com, and I'll put that in the chat. This is, if you've never been on Wikitree before, this is where you want to go. And you go to wikitree.com to become a new member. And again, it's all free and will always be free. We typically ask you to complete an honor code, and that basically says you're not going to get into political discussions. You're not going to be dismissive. You're not going to be, you're not going to try to promote discussions that are going to generate a lot of disagreement, because the objective here is to collaborate, to work together. So you don't have to always agree on information, but you want to work together. And that's what the honor code is basically all about. And then, of course, being a member, you get a lot of benefits from being a member of Wikitree. But again, like I said, you can research, you can plug in a name on Google, you can do a Google search on a name, and if they have a profile in Wikitree, it's going to show up. The first thing you'll see is this YouTube video. It's very brief. It's only about 3 minutes. And, you know, if you've not been on Wikitree before, take a look at it. It's good and it's inspiring. You know, for some of us, I came from an IT background. So the first thing I tried to do is break the darn thing. You know, when I first went in, you know, trying to figure out, okay, does this work? Does that work? How does this connect? What is this making happening? And clicking on all the links and things like that. So I really tried to break it the first 6 months that I was using it, but I was so impressed with all the bells and whistles, and it's free.
Why would you try to break it, Denise? Why?
Why? Because that's just me. I've always tried to break things.
You was troubleshooting?
Yes. Well, you know, I've got an IT background, you know, technology. So
I understand.
Yeah, I dealt with a lot of programmers, and sometimes they didn't want to listen to what I was telling them, and I'd go out there and I'd break it to prove to them I was right. But as you can see, here's some examples of different profiles of some of our notables. That's at the very bottom of that first page that you see. Like, we've got Dr. Martin Luther King, and of course, everybody Black knows his name was not Martin when he was born, right? It was Michael. But if you want to know more, you can click on his profile and you can read about that. Same thing with James Earl Jones. So, and a lot of these African-American profiles that you're seeing are the result of the work that my team, U.S. Black Heritage team, does. You know, we focus on the African-Americans. Quincy Jones, who, you know, we miss him and love him as well. So there's
Denise,
more examples. Huh?
Denise,
Yes.
Delbra, she mentioned about her being a tester. What does that mean?
Because we have volunteer developers. They don't get paid. Again, this is a free site, and it intends to be free, so everybody that works on it is a volunteer. We've got programmers, people who are in the business of writing code and making changes. They make upgrades to Wikitree, and then we have a team of people who have volunteered to break it.
Oh,
did what you say this was supposed to do? Is that what it's doing?
Denise,
this change you recently made, is it working the way it's supposed to work? So that's what they do.
Denise, let her respond, please.
Okay, go ahead, Delbra.
True. I was gonna say, you know, in my 9 to 5, I'm a tester in IT. So I was just saying to Denise, that's what I do. Our job is to think like a customer, attack it like a customer, and are you developing it for your customers?
Exactly.
So, yeah, when I got in, I did not do like Denise. I wasn't trying to break it, but the formatting and the structure and what I entered was they were not happy about.
Yeah.
But I was, so yeah, so I just wanted her to know I am a realtor. I think technically like
Okay.
that.
Woo!
Yeah. So we come from the same school of let's break it. Let's break it now. That's what I call it. Yeah. So yeah, I was a tester years ago after I was a business analyst and yada yada yada. So on the IT side.
Great, great, great.
Yeah. But so that's sort of the intro to WikiTree. Now, what we can do, let me move this bar out of the way so I can get to some of my other pages here. Here is my profile. Now, typically, some of this information if you went out here and looked me up, would not see. And it's mainly because of the privacy setting that I have on my profile. And I want to talk about privacy because that seems to be the big issue for everybody. We have 7 different, maybe 8 now, 7 different privacy controls. Yeah, there's 8 now. One is unlisted, which works just like, I mean, we're all from the day when you had telephone books, and if you didn't want your information to show up in the telephone book, you were unlisted. It works the same way in WikiTree. If you don't want any public information available, that means no name, no birth dates, no where you were born, nothing. If you're unlisted, nothing's going to show up. The only one that can see that information is the profile manager, which is typically the person who created that profile, or someone they have entrusted to make updates to that profile. Okay. So if you don't let anyone else make updates to that profile, nothing else is going to get done and you can't see it. Okay. The next setting, which a lot of people opt for, is private. And again, it's strictly limiting the public information that's showed. And again, only the trusted list can view or edit the profile. But the difference between unlisted and private is that with private, you at least get a name. Unlisted, you get nothing but unlisted. Okay. And then, of course, we have private with public biography. That means that nobody can make any changes to it but you as the profile manager. But your biography section, whatever you put in there, is available to the public. And then there's private with public family tree. So again, you're private, but people can view your family tree. And if you want them to see your ancestors, they'll be able to see that. And then, of course, like the setting that I have, I'm private, but I have a public biography and the family tree because I want to be able to share that information with others who are doing their research and may need assistance.
Denise,
Yes.
when you have a moment, how can a person add someone to the trusted list?
Very good question.
Oh,
Very
I,
good
I, I
question.
thought about that all by myself.
Did you? Well, it
No,
just so happens
no, I
you
didn't. I didn't. Deborah
if
did.
if you are the profile manager, and you have to be the profile manager, you have to be the one whose name is showing up, and I'll show that to you in just a little bit because we skipped that part. We jumped right into privacy. But as the profile manager, you own that profile. And after you pass all of these different options, there's a section here that says trusted list. And you can select who you want to be on the trusted list of that profile. These are people I've put on the trusted list of others. But you need the email address. Okay, not just their WikiTree ID. You need their email address to add them to the trusted list. So you can either make a selection if you already have a list. Mine is pretty extensive because I try to pass things off as much as I can. Or you can write down here at the bottom, add to trusted list. You put in their email address and say, add this person.
Thanks, Gracie. Gracie's getting ready to leave us. Great job.
Okay, see you, Gracie.
So long, Gracie.
Good night,
Bye.
everyone. I enjoyed everyone. Hope to see you in the next couple of weeks.
All
Be blessed.
right.
All right now.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
So that's how you can add a person to the trusted list. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? If when you create a profile, what's the default setting?
When you're creating a profile,
Yeah, what's the default setting for like your mother or your father if they're not living? What's the default setting?
well, it depends on a number of things. First off, it depends on, like, when I'm adding a new person. First off, it depends on birth and death date. Okay. So if you enter a death date that is less than 150 years ago, it's going to be a private profile unless you say otherwise. If it's 150 years since their birth date, since they passed, since their death date, 150 years, eventually WikiTree will automatically switch that over to an open status. Okay. And that's pretty much it. Anybody else, you as the profile manager will determine whether the profile is going to be open, which means anybody can take a look at it, anybody can make changes to it, or whether or not there's going to be a privacy setting.
So for my mother, for instance, because she's living, the privacy setting is unlisted. And apparently I can't change that because I'm not her.
If you created the profile, you
Yes.
can change it. You're the only one that can change it.
Okay.
Yeah. If you are not the profile manager, and let me go back to my profile so I can show you where that appears.
Oh.
Yeah, the profile manager will appear in this box right up here near the top. And that tells you who the profile manager is for that profile. So even if it's unlisted, you won't be able to see it name or anything else, but you'll at least be able to see who the profile manager is. And there's a little envelope there so that you can send them a message if something needs to be added and you can't do it, or if you want to be added to the trusted list. You can do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So again, here's this was my profile. So in mine, I put a lot of information that, who are my notable relatives, what surnames am I researching, what am I actively working on, yada, yada, yada. So all of that is part of my biography. Okay. I also have an advanced directive, which is something new for Ancestry as well, which means if anything happens to me, I'm at that age now, so I'm thinking ahead. If anything happens to me, how do I want WikiTree to handle any profiles that I still have open, that are public, that are not public, that are not open? I'm sorry. Those that have those other privacy settings. Because again, unless you're the profile manager, nobody else can touch it unless you've given it to a trusted list. So my advanced directive gives them instructions on what happens if I'm unable to continue to work on my profiles. Okay, I highly recommend that to all members because you never know. I've had to deal with situations where, the family member passed away and there was just a whole lot of confusion. Okay, well, what are we going to do with all these family members that are out here in WikiTree? So you want to make sure that you've got that covered. WikiTree also has the ability to designate different groups. You can put people in different groups. So like what high school did you go to? What college did you go to, if any? Where did you work? What was your profession? What was your occupation? That sort of thing. Where did you live? Like in this case, I've got Cleveland, Ohio, because that's where I was born. Um, so things like that. And then when you click on that category, of course, it gives you a list of other subcategories within Cleveland. In this case, there's cemeteries and things of that nature. But down below, there's also pages of people. So here we've got like over nearly 4,000 people that were in Cleveland, Ohio. Well, guess what? I can click on this tool that says My Connections, and I can see who else is in Cleveland, Ohio that I might be related or connected to. In this case, ironically, I have no ancestors or cousins in Cleveland. I don't. We didn't have any. We had to travel everywhere to go see family. Why they came to Cleveland, that's another story. But this shows my connections. How many degrees of separation am I from
Denise,
this? Yes.
excuse me. On that DNA map that I showed in Pro Tools, does it show any? Do you have any relatives on that to show up in Cleveland?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you checked that?
Uh, you mean the
Just
one that you
now.
just showed about the Moss
Yes.
people?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Uh-uh.
But your own, when you do your matches, look under that map and see where do you have any that were close related in your city? Like I found one in mine that I didn't know about. Go ahead, Deborah. Deborah.
I just wanted to say, I think what he's maybe asking, for instance, if the person who you're communicating with is in WikiTree, when she's alive, if one of the people deceased, if they're in WikiTree and someone's added their GEDmatch information or their 23andMe information, and you will be able to see if you're related. So
yes, if they had, yes, yes, they would have to be in WikiTree for me to be able to see that. So, for example, when we go down to DNA connections, I've got 4. That means that there are 4 current WikiTree members that have entered their DNA information, and I can check that out. So I have.
They uploaded their DNA to WikiTree?
They not uploaded the DNA, they just provided testing information. So, for example, here
what kind of file is that?
It just says Cheryl,
ID.
my cousin Cheryl tested on 23andMe. So if I were a 23andMe person, I could click on that and go to 23andMe and see how we match via DNA. I'm not a 23andMe person, so this is all I'm going to get. Okay.
So the developers of WikiTree, they have some amazing developers.
Yes.
So that we're not paying for looking for people to give us this kind of stuff. The developers are utilizing all these tools from all the platforms, and we can come here and see that overview of all the platforms' data. So it really is amazing.
And that's where you said you can add your GEDmatch kit number, right, Deborah?
Yes. This is where my GEDmatch kit number is. So anybody who's looking at my profile in WikiTree can see my DNA connections, and they can see my GEDmatch ID. And guess what? Not just look at the ID, but there's a link here where you can compare it on GEDmatch. So I can click on that button there, and it will take me directly to GEDmatch. It will populate my GEDmatch kit number, and then all that person has to do is put in their GEDmatch kit number, and we can compare.
Wow. Do you see the bottom? See the bottom pop up, Denise? I didn't even notice that, where it's saying, "Oh, you want someone else? Okay, click someone else." So
yeah,
it's some amazing cool things.
Yes, yes. This one is just comparing the X DNA on GEDmatch. Guess what? You know why it's doing that? Because I'm female. I don't give a hoot about the Y DNA because I'm not male. but it will allow me to collect, look at X DNA on GEDmatch as well. So it does the same thing. If I click on that, then I can see the autosomal connections with me on GEDmatch. Again, that's 23andMe, but here's my heritage, same thing. Here's another cousin. And this sort of gives you an idea of how close they are to the profile that I'm on. Since this is my profile, this is how far away they are from me. Okay, so, and here's another cousin, and he's on Ancestry. So I could click on his Ancestry profile, and that will take me right to his profile, his DNA makeup on Ancestry. I could click right there, and I will be able to look and compare his information against mine. Okay. So there's the DNA information. So you got a wealth of information just from looking at one person's profile.
And one thing that I just want to add this. Some people might be procrastinate about getting joining WikiTree, me, for example. But WikiTree, it's going to be there.
Yes.
This Ancestry and all these different programs we have, they might not be there.
And they're going to cost more and more. They're starting to nickel and dime you with every little improvement that they make to the tool. Everything they seem to be adding, all these different parts and pieces that they're adding, they're selling it to you as parts and pieces. So,
and WikiTree has, it's a strong foundation, and
yes,
it's something to consider.
Yes, very, very much so. It's got bells and whistles that Ancestry does not, that Family Search does not, that 23andMe does not. WikiTree has recently joined forces with Family Tree DNA, and I know there was a lot of scuttlebutt earlier in the year about FTDNA. However, they have now come together. They're under new management over their Family Tree DNA, and now you can connect your WikiTree data to your Family Tree DNA data for those people that are real big on DNA.
Yeah, I took that test. I had my Family Tree DNA.
Okay. Here is my pedigree chart. I just clicked on ancestors and it's showing you my pedigree. And I'll go down here and I'll show you where I am with the Mosses. This is my mother's side of the family, her dad, my grandmother. And you know that these are all in Franklin County, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother was born in Columbiana, Shelby County, and there's Margaret Moss. The Mosses, Margaret married a butler, and then it was history. we went on from there. But there's Margaret. Now I could expand on Margaret's tree just by clicking this little button.
Is Margaret,
shows you,
is Margaret Black?
Yes. I mean, in the 1900 census, she may have been called mulatto.
Yeah.
But they were all very fair skinned. I mean, I don't have a picture of her, but I do know from the records she's Black. So, and this is her descendants. And we did the same thing for Margaret. Margaret's dad was, and here you can see she's my second great grandmother.
Yeah.
Here again is the degrees of separation. This will show up when you are connected to the global tree. It'll tell you your connection to everybody, every profile you bring up. If you see a little circle with a number in it, you're connected to them in the global tree, and it'll give you a breakdown of what that connection is. So in the case of Margaret Moss, I can see this is one branch, straight line. If it was someone else who was a different branch, and I can show you that, but it would change colors.
Are people reaching out to you in WikiTree?
I get people reaching out to me everywhere, Jerry. WikiTree, Ancestry. I get, from Freedmen Bureau Friday, people reach out. Yeah, your program. I mean, Gracie reached out to me last week. So, you know,
That's great.
yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, people are reaching out. But yeah, see, there's a picture of my grandma
Mm-hmm.
and my mom. So you can just look at them and tell there were some white people up in here somewhere.
Mm.
Yeah. But that's that Moss. And when I was looking at the paperwork you had, there was a Thomas and Peggy. Well, Peggy was a nickname for Margaret. And I'm just wondering if Margaret was named after Thomas's wife, Peggy, because I mean, Margaret's dad was Edmund. And I saw there was an Edmund or Edward also mentioned in that probate record.
Correct.
So could be, Edmund could be Thomas's son. I don't have anything beyond Edmund at this point because honestly, I haven't been able to do a lot of research on it. But he was born in 1807 or 1805, somewhere in that area in Virginia. So this is where the Virginia roots come from. And he was a free person of color in Alabama. So,
wow.
And when you say Russellville, that was the place,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where my mom and her brothers all went to school. There was only one high school that allowed Black folks, Russellville High. So there you go. But there's a Neely. I saw Neely in your records too. So there's a Neely that's part of this. This was Edmund and Susan's daughter. She was a Neely. And by 1880, her husband was gone.
Well, one of the brothers stayed in Russellville. Uh, Jackson C.C. Moss is the one who left.
I saw that.
But William stayed, and he stayed with his, enslaved people.
Yeah, I saw that.
In that same location. So that's probably, they're probably related through that branch.
Might be.
Mm-hmm.
We can look at other Alabama free people of color to see if there's any other Mosses. Let's see. Let me go to the M's for Moss. Nope. My Edmund is the only other Moss. Yeah. So we got work to do. But see, if you add the information that you got from
Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren. If you add her information out here to WikiTree, we may be able to find a link.
Well, I'm gonna follow up like Deborah said. I'm gonna contact Lauren. Yep. Anything else I need to talk to her about that y'all, from what y'all have seen? What else that I can get more bang for my buck for the time that I speak to her?
Well, I'm sure more questions will develop as you start adding that information into your tree, or creating a tree with that information. Then questions will be developing, I would hope. We won't just take everything verbatim. Go ahead, Delbert.
I was just going to ask Jerry, can you give Denise one of the older ancestor names she gave you so that we can see if that tree is in WikiTree? From her pedigree chart that she had colored, someone that was in the 1800s.
What's an example?
Well, I got Thomas Moss here.
That's early 1800s. Thomas Joseph. I would type at Alabama if that's what.
Yeah.
At Alabama. So this is how you search for people.
Yeah, in Alabama, in Russellville, Thomas and Peggy.
So I would just do Moss is in Alabama. I need that view. Oh, I need that view.
Taking
They
some
need
time.
living. They need living.
I
Get
mean,
rid of Thomas.
there's a lot of mosses out here. Look, it was over 500 pages.
Get rid of. I would just do mosses in Russellville, as far as a location
Well,
like that.
let's see, because we got 1,100 people. Oops, sorry.
And that's why I mentioned, you know, DNA when I talk to people other than the surname. You know, it's the DNA is what verifies relationships.
Were they always in Russellville? Her people.
Um,
Get rid of Thomas and let's just do Moss, Denise, as far as the first name. Yeah. And then try only death. Because usually they came from somewhere else.
they came from Kentucky.
There you go. There's still a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's still a lot. 769.
I would do death. Somebody died in Russellville before they left and went wherever they were going.
Okay, good. Well, Denise, could you you know, wrap it up soon and go into your open
Yeah.
open.
I mean, are there any questions? Let me look at the chat.
No, keep finish your presentation. But I'm just saying, then go into, you know, co-hosting and answer any kind of question that anybody has. You know.
Yeah.
Finish,
Well, I mean,
finish your presentation, please.
I do better when there's questions. uh, yeah. So we're like,
Okay, I
I
have a
mean,
question. I
that
have a question.
certainly.
How would the information that you and I share on Russellville, what approach would we take to see if there's any connections?
Well, I mean, in WikiTree, I've pretty much taken that approach. I can look for you. You're not in WikiTree, correct?
No.
So that's
Not,
step
not
number
with
one.
detail. I think I might be in there, but I'm not in there with not a lot of information. I did sign up for it, I believe.
You did sign up for WikiTree. What's your WikiTree ID?
Okay, then I didn't sign up for WikiTree.
Okay. So that's step number one. You would need to become a member of WikiTree. Um, and then start entering that information.
Well, how
And
can
then we could see what kind of connections you and
why
I have.
why wouldn't we be able to do it with our ancestry uh, data, your data and my data?
Oh, well, I thought you were talking about WikiTree. Yeah, we could do it with Ancestry as well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I know you still bucking not joining WikiTree, but I'm telling you.
The other thing you can do is download your tree and upload it, so you don't have to manually add it, Jerry.
Well, I would strongly recommend not doing GEDmatch because it takes a very long time. You can add new members with all the tools, bells and whistles that we have with the sourcer. See, we've got, this is programming that has been done to make life easier for members. Like with the information I have right now, I can do a search on family search based on my profile, because that's where I am right now. I can search on Ancestry. I can search Find a Grave. I can search Find My Past. I can search My Heritage, Billion Graves. I can even do additional searches in WikiTree. How about that? American Ancestors, if you've ever worked with that site. And American Ancestors is also working on that project, 10 Million Names. So they've got a lot going on there. the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, for the military. I can search newspapers.com, and newspapers.com is also owned by, guess who? Ancestry. Um, we've got newspaper archives, Google Books, any names. And this is all just searches you can do from information you have within WikiTree. So it's not just limited here. You can search other sites. If you are not within the United States of America, they have other sites that they can search on as well. So based on the country that the person you're searching for, because keep in mind, I'm in WikiTree right now. I'm on a profile in WikiTree. So if my profile said I was born in Jamaica, or let's say Australia, because Australia has different resource records, not just ancestry.com, they've got other resource records. Those searches would appear here.
Is
Okay.
is the Freedmen's Bureau in there?
No, you've got Family Search. That's where the Freedmen's Bureau is. The Freedmen's Bureau is owned by Family Search. So you've got Family Search.
Okay.
Okay. So a lot of search options that you have outside of WikiTree to look for additional sources, look for additional records, and find more information. So I don't know what else we've got. I haven't logged into my apps today, but they've got a lot of other apps that you
That's
also see on some of the other sites.
That's pretty cool to have it all in one platform.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah.
You bet. I mean, you can build a GEDCOM from this and download it to Ancestry if you want. If you find somebody's tree here, you can generate a GEDCOM from WikiTree and then download it to Family Search or to Ancestry.
Okay.
But for example, where was I at? I forgot where I was going. You distracted. Oh, apps. Sorry. Sorry. But we've got what we call tree apps. I just logged in, so you can get your fan chart. And this is a real neat colorized fan chart. So it shows you where you have more work to do. And this is on for any profile that you're looking for. Okay. So it tells you who else you need to find. Where are your brick walls? When do I need to call Delbert because I got a brick wall? This type of thing. Okay.
Yeah, you
And
recommended using the fan chart, didn't you?
yes, I did, because it's a snapshot view of where you're at. What do you have? What are you missing? So it's a snapshot
Yeah.
view. It's real easy.
And you can
But
add generations.
Yep. And you can add more generations. I'm gonna leave it at 5 because I like that view. But fan chart automatically comes up. But you've got,
Calendar?
yeah, the ancestry chart. You can do a calendar. You can do ancestors, cemeteries. The ancestors that you have information on, what cemeteries are they associated with, if that's been documented. You got your CC7. That means your connection to 7 degrees. If you ever heard of the 6 degrees of what's his face?
Separation.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Kevin Bacon. There was a program called 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. Well, one of our developers said, hey, we can do something like that in WikiTree. So guess what? You can do 7 degrees of you. How many people are 7 degrees from you? Your connection view. I think I got, I don't know, 55,000. Yeah, 5,500. 5,152 right now. But this is, as you add family members, this will go higher. I think the highest person right now is up to like 20,000. I'm not even going to try to get there. I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. But, it gives you an idea of where your brick walls are. So like here, a half sister that I know I have, my father told me, and I have a picture of her, but that's a brick wall because I don't know anything else about her. I just know she existed. She existed before my mother and father met. Okay, so but that's something I can't tell you if she ever married. I can't tell you where she lived. I can't even tell you where she was born. So, and the people who can answer those questions for me are no longer here. So it's going to take somebody that's really diligent to find that information. But this gives you a bird's eye view of where you are with the people that you're connected to. Okay, again, that's your CC7. This information also shows up on your profile. There'll be a little number that's out there on your profile. But these are just a lot of the little cool tools that are out there. All these different tree apps. See, there's a descendant list. There's a couples dynamic tree. Yeah, a family calendar. This kind of stuff is cool. This is something that I'm considering pulling together and sharing at next year's family reunion to get more of them involved, because one of the other things is if you're living, they really want you to be a member. So like Jerry, you wouldn't be able to put your son and daughter and granddaughter out here because they're still living. We would highly discourage you from doing that for privacy reasons. There's new privacy laws that have come into play in WikiTree. So that's one of them. I mean, when I started, I was able to add people like my sisters that were still living. And, I just have to get their permission. But other than that, family portraits. Do you have pictures? They got little games. If you like Sudoku, you got Fanduko, Fandoku. If you like Sudoku, you got Fandoku. You got heritage charts. We got one name trees because we have programs called one name studies. So if we wanted to do a study on the Moss family, we could investigate everybody with the surname of Moss and see what pops up. Some people like getting into stuff like that. So there's a lot of different things out here. We got the WikiTree maps. It can display a map like the one you showed in Ancestry. We can do the same thing in WikiTree with all of your relatives or somebody with a specific surname to show the migration patterns, things of that nature.
Deborah,
Okay.
Deborah, when will you have another presentation? Are you going to give one?
I was actually going to try to do one. You got me on WikiTree, only because I did a whole Zoom about WikiTree, and because it's technical, some people had hiccups, so I had to one-on-one walk them through it. So my Alabama group, I told them that I would be willing to help them. So I was going to try to do one on WikiTree, walking everybody through creating a profile. Many of them have created the profile. That's step one. Then adding your people, and then just the basics.
Yeah. And we also have several other programs to help newbies. We've got a new member Q&A twice a month, once on Sunday, once on Thursday. So, we invite those new members to the new member Q&A, and it's not just limited to new members. I mean, there's some seasoned members because of all the changes that have been happening in WikiTree since July. So we're getting a lot of seasoned WikiTreeers coming to that new member Q&A just to ask questions and to see how things work. We also, for the U.S. Black Heritage Project, we also have where we connect you with a mentor. It's called The Path. And we connect you with a mentor, and they walk you through and assist you creating new profiles. If you have a special interest in an area, they hook you up with the project team that's dealing with that special interest and that sort of thing. So I mean, we do everything I can to not, I said I can, but it's not just me, it's the team. We do everything we can to assist um, new members, brand new, you know, having a version. A lot of our members are 40 and up. You know, we're trying to get the younger set in, but it's a challenge because most folks don't really get interested in family history until they hit those double digits. You know, so it's a challenge. You know, now we may have a few, but a lot of them just aren't interested. But for those that are 40 and up, not everybody has the technical skills. Some people aren't that familiar with, you know, maneuvering around, navigating around their own computers, iPads, phones, laptops, things of that nature. So we're here for them.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was very enlightening, and excuse me for, you know, interrupting you with questions, but I hope that
I love it.
I hope they, you know, had meaning to, you know, to your presentation.
Yeah, I love the questions. Carolyn, Beverly, I forget who's on iPhone. Did
Oh,
you
I
have
have
any
a
questions?
Carolyn here. I have a question
Sure.
and a comment. I need a lot of help because my older sister, who passed away about 3 years ago now, she was our family historian, but she
Mm-hmm.
hadn't digitized everything. And then my brother, my one of my older brothers, um, took all that she had. So he has all the pictures and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really talk to him like that. I have to develop a, you know, more of a better relationship with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so I only have a little information,
Mm-hmm.
and I just don't know. I don't know where to start, you know.
This would be a good place to start, and it starts with you.
Hmm.
You enter a profile on yourself, and then put your parents, and then your parents' children, your parents' parents, and their children, and before you know it, you're building your tree.
Okay.
And like I said, we can walk you through that. I mean, we've got teams of people that can walk you through that and help you with that.
So I can use the wikitree.com to start.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And the other thing that I like about WikiTree, when I pass away, that data is not lost, and it's not locked up in Ancestry or Family Search. I mean, some of these places, nobody will be able to see it unless you give them access to your site. That's not the case with WikiTree because it's a global tree.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you create the profiles for your family members. It's not just your tree anymore. You're adding to the global tree, and you're enabling other people to connect with you. And you're getting assistance from other people. The collaboration is the part I love the most
And
because
I have a question.
certainly.
I have worked with Carolyn to, I responded to her request for a kit. She wants to know about her family history. And I've worked with her to the point of she has a kit. She has an account. She has a password. I have those because I registered her kit.
Okay.
And
Yay.
and I'm asking, will anyone here volunteer to mentor her? And I can give you that information, and you can work with her.
Certainly.
Take over from take over with her from that.
Glory.
Certainly. I mean, I put my email address in the chat
I
earlier.
have it. I do have it.
Okay.
I do keep it.
So, you know, feel free to reach out to me and we can get together whenever you're ready to start working on it. I know you're busy with a lot of different things right now. But
Yeah.
when you're ready to exchange information, I can certainly help get that started for you out there in WikiTree.
And
Okay.
basically, what I do is when I'm at these different different formats,
And
whether it's
Jerry.
reparations or genealogy research groups, and giving presentations to schools and different community groups. I take a couple kits with me, and I give them away.
Mm-hmm.
And after I give them away, I work with the individuals I give them away to, but I set the accounts up for them, register. I get the basic information from them, and
Mm-hmm.
I sign into Ancestry as a new member, and they give me their email address. They give me their pertinent information that you need to register,
To get
and
it
I
started. Yeah.
and I assign a password.
Mm-hmm.
And so then when they're ready to, they gave me their email, but they don't have their password to the account. I do.
Okay.
And then I give them that password, and then they can take over on their own, or I work with them, and
Mm-hmm.
they list me as a manager or a contributor to their account, and then they're
Mm-hmm.
often running.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I want to do. I want to create that link from Jerry
to
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 you,
Denise.
Denise,
Mm-hmm.
and because I didn't know that. I think I have a couple of ancestry.coms that I tried to start, and I can't find the one. I don't have the one open that you helped me with.
Uh,
So we have to get together
Because
and
I registered your kit.
yeah, I know. And I have the picture you took of me with the number and everything. So
So
yeah.
Denise will be she will be your mentor,
okay, awesome and amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you.
and I'll back
Um,
you up on that. As a
this
matter
has been a dream of mine to find out,
as a matter of fact,
especially when my sister passed.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I have I have a notebook, and each individual I give a kit to, I have a 3x5 card, and I get all their information, and then I put it in my notebook, and so I keep track of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I have like maybe 9 to 10 pages of
So,
kits that I've
Wow.
given away.
Jerry, let me ask you, what happens with that notebook and your 3x5 cards if anything should happen to you? Have
Well,
you designated in a will or something to pass that on to somebody?
well, the individuals who I have the kits from, I did that for. They have the information, and as for me, that's
That's personal. That's
I,
your record keeping.
yes,
Right.
and for me, that that that's my end of the deal. Now,
Okay.
this notebook it helped me stay in contact, because if they don't use the kit, if something happens with that kit, I'll call Ancestry, and I give them that kit number, and I say,
Mm-hmm.
they haven't used this kit. Um, give me credit for another one,
Mm-hmm.
and Ancestry gives me another kit.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
and
Okay.
then and then I
I'm,
go on to
I'm
the
just
next person. And
I'm
sometimes they
in that
take it.
mindset, and I've been in IT, so I'm always looking at,
Yes,
so what happens if?
that's what
Okay.
that's what
And
transpires. I give them the information, and then they have it. I pass it on to them.
okay.
It's not
Okay.
for it's not it's for my reference to get it from me to them.
Yep. Okay.
Denise,
Well,
can I?
and Delbra, I know you've been working with Gina and a couple other people. But yeah, I'd love to get with you some more because I'm interested in the work you're doing. I'm sure you work with Angela
I
Walton Raji. You've never worked with her because she's an expert in the 5 tribes as well, and she's got quite a few
I did. I was on a
blogs.
Freedom Friday call one night, and
Mm-hmm.
I shared a record with her, and and basically they were denied, but now it's so cool because now I'm using Wiki to really and adding these profiles to my family line, and now I can see better.
Yeah.
But she's strong in the migration once they are in the Dawes. My problem was everything was before the Dawes and the
Okay.
family that was behind. So that's
Mm-hmm.
why I had to do my own research to understand where's the disconnect with the
Okay.
Trail of Tears.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask you, possibly before we go, one of the things Jerry asked was, and I know for a fact Wiki is going to be phenomenal with that enslavement and enslaver connection. Do you
Yes.
have a family member you can show him how you are linking between the slave and the enslaver in the profile, just so that he can understand how we can build that strong story and show those connections?
Do I have a family member? No, I don't. Um,
What?
Not yet. Yeah, no, I don't yet. Like I
Can
mean,
I
you just
share?
saw the ones I had that were free people of color.
Oh my
So,
God. Can I share?
yeah, if you
Jerry,
got some, yeah, go ahead.
I ain't got nothing but.
I was going to just go to the categories for the slaves. Yeah,
No. I'll
yeah,
give him
go ahead.
I'll give him a personal story. Let me see. Let me do the drilling. I'm gonna start fresh so he can see the whole starting fresh experience. Okay. I have so many. All right. So what I am doing now from that tree I shared, I'm adding them to Wiki.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, after I now and I'll piggyback real quick on the conversation about adding your family. Sometimes we have garbage in our trees and ancestry. So that's why
Yes,
it's really good to manually add your grandparents as far back as you can go, so that it's clean. There isn't all these people you thought were and aren't, and that kind of thing, Jerry. So what I would end up doing is, I'll enlarge it some, finding a family member to share. So so I'll go to my Henry Lloyd. He's one of my ancestors. And Anne, what's going on? Anne Stinson is my ancestor that was on the 1870 census.
okay.
And I'll start with her, Jerry. So, and I was able to find on the 1870 census, we can give them a story. We have to be careful with Wiki. It's only about her. I can't talk about her kids. I can't go off in a tangent. They like the profiles to be about the one person.
That's right.
So so I found her on the 1880.
Why can't you talk about the kids? The kids are passed on.
They will
Well,
get their own profile.
right, and I'll show you how I do it to get around
Oh
all of that.
man.
Let me show you how I do it to get around that. Okay, so this is her profile. Here's her 1840, but then I was stuck with trying to find her. I found her in 1870 also. What? Oh, there it is. I like to bold things so that it stands out, because sometimes it's hard to just read text. So I'll go in and I'll tell you real quick. I'll edit it real quick. I go down to where it is. I'm gonna add a little color of bolding when I find it. 1870. Anything that's a date, I like to highlight with a bold. We don't get a lot of options, but I've learned that I'll work with what I get. This is about pre-emancipation. Hold on, I'm sorry. 1880 and 1870. I'm just gonna bold that date here. That has a bold. Okay, and then I'll save it. You can preview it to make sure everything looks good. Anything you see are links to another page. So if I wanted to link to all of her children, I would add all of her children so that we can link to that page quickly. So
Okay.
just like Ancestor, you create links to pages. So I can look and see, did I add it right? I don't think I did, but that's anyway. And then at the bottom, after I save it, you'll see the sources. You have to always say, what is the change? You can't just hit save and depending on the page, they want you to be able to say, what was the change you made? So I did a small minor change. I'm talking about her biography, who she was. And she actually was born in Otaga, Alabama. Then I'm
Yeah,
talking
just
about,
can you just click on the slave owners section?
Good night, Beverly. Thank you, Beverly.
Night, Beverly.
down here.
Good night. Good night. Have to
Yeah.
go. Thank you. Very good. Very great meeting.
So what they're doing is, because I know she was enslaved, we are able to give a section and say these are all of the people who she was enslaved by. And it helps to be able to track that story. And so also so for her, I would go to one of the enslavers to be able to structure the whole story. So this is an enslaver's page, but then here's all of his children. Here is his information. Then at the bottom, we create a separate page that talks about all the history that was his slave history.
Mhm.
So for her, the story was that her father, who was named Charles, was enslaved by a man named Isaac Foreman. When he died, he gave all these slaves to his son and his other children. So it allows us to free form type what we would like to tell the story on a separate page that's called a free space page. So the public, they want tight, but the free space, we can give a story. We can add more. We can have all of the slaves that he ever had in his whole life on the page.
Mhm.
So basically, for her, this is the enslaver, which was Isaac. He was one. Then I would end up saying, okay, well then who is Charles? I click the link to Charles. I'm going to tell you about Charles's story. This logo means he was a slave. He was enslaved. So we try to show that these people are a part of the Black heritage, meaning they were enslaved. And so that allows it to stand out from the enslaver. And now I'm just telling the story. I'm showing this was a secret sale, how basically David Foreman's wife got slaves from his wife who married Charles. So slavery is so convoluted and connected. We're trying to tell a big story that has so many players. And the challenge you're going to have with Ancestry, we can't do that. You got a note box that I used to beat up to death to write a little snippet of a note.
Yeah.
I'm trying to track all of the jet match cousins, all the DNA cousins. You cannot do that anywhere but here in WikiTree. WikiTree allows you to be able to see the cohesiveness. So this is showing now that I've added them to my tree. Anyone that connects to me and them, I'll see that same populated information on this page. So, and trust me, I'm constantly trying to structure it so that it's not so confusing. The hyperlinks mean this slave has a page. I know WikiTree, and this is to you, Denise. WikiTree wants every slave to have a page. And my struggle with that is David was a part of 4 enslavers. Are you going to create 4 separate pages that eventually have to be merged because he was with 4 different people? So
each of those slave owners will have their own page.
Yes.
But David, the slave himself or herself, will have just their one page, and they will be linked to each of those enslavers' pages.
But what they want to do, I thought, what I heard them saying, like for instance, Charles was a part of Isaac. When Isaac's page has all the slaves, all the slaves get their own page from Isaac. Well, they may not realize, and they may, that the slaves went to someone else.
Yes, we would, because just like in your page here where you have the multiple slave owners for one person, each slave owner would have their own slaves of page.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you're just linking that slave over to that other slave owner. So you've got one page. It's like a one-to-many relationship. You've got one page for each slave, and you've got one page for each slave owner. and you link the two together. So if your slave Charles, I saw the name Charles there. So you got a Charles as a slave. If that Charles was also the slave of uh, Daniel Boone, then he would also get a link on Daniel Boone's slave of page.
Well, what I'm saying is that you're right, and I agree. When they have a will, like Jerry does, he has a will with one person's name with all of the slaves.
Mm-hmm.
So their initial goal is, if we have a enslaver with all of the enslaved, create a page for the enslaved, definitely add categories so we know there's more work to be done. I understand that. My challenge is, every one of those people, some of them went somewhere else. And if no one's tracking the research that takes the next level, all of the different enslavers have a slave with that name from them, and that's what I'm saying. But it's really one person.
Yeah. Well, and that's the challenge. When you get to African Americans and how much they were bought and sold and passed from one place to another, that's the challenge. Just like in the censuses where we don't even have a name. You know, in some cases, it's going to take a heck of a lot of research to find out who those people are, if we can. In some cases, we may never find it out, but we at least have it documented. This is what we have found so far.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah.
What I want to show, what I want to show him too is, so this is
That
a page.
that was in the 1850 census.
Yes.
That they had the sex and the age.
That's correct.
So.
And then the other census
and the 1840.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I share with you about knowing all of the family of the enslaved, Jerry, is that you begin when they start willing the slaves to family members or someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're understanding the family structure. You know the daughter's husbands, the husband's wives. I mean, the daughter, the husband's wives, whatever. You know the family who married in. And when you track that family in their history of slaves being bought and sold, you can now see the pattern. And you now understand the players, that they're not on a block. They're not an individual person who just came into town and bought them. Especially in Alabama, they were within a family. I only say that because of my own research. I don't want to generalize. But when you track the family, you're able to see. So, like here,
I have it traced. I have information about how they were distributed. Carolyn, do you have a question?
I didn't have a question, just a comment. I'm hanging in here with the heavy hitters here, because the work that I do, one of the policies came up, where they wanted the CSU, and you and I have talked about this, Jerry. They wanted the CSUs to come up with a way to operationalize a Freedmen Bureau agency in California that would distribute reparations when the time came, right? They want to give like $6 million to the CSU to come up with this, but us analyzers and activists, we don't understand why they chose the CSUs to do that when they don't have the background in it, and so we were demanding that the money be redirected directly to the agency to pay for genealogists staffing to do that work.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm hanging in here, because this is so important, what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. We want to know who our enslavers were. We want to go back that far, because we want to know who is going to owe what and from where it is going to come from. Because here's the argument that the general public likes to make up and say, well, I never benefited from I never was a slave owner, and so why should I have to, my taxes have to pay, blah, blah, this and that.
And it a lot of them don't realize that there were slaves that were brought to California for the gold rush.
Right.
So
Exactly.
there were slaves in California.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't just stop at Galveston in 1865. Some of those folks were in California and they were looking for gold for their masters.
Yes,
They may not have wanted to be called slave masters, but they were.
absolutely.
They provided living conditions and clothing for those peoples and food so that they could look for gold.
Mhm.
Same way they treated the slaves back in Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, and going further east.
Carol,
So it was the same situation.
Carol, let me know when you're available this week to meet as when your schedule is, and we'll have a private meeting and I'll go over all your information so you'll be able to
Okay.
get into your account. And I'll also, give you if you haven't gotten the contact information with Denise.
Okay, beautiful. I do
Yeah.
have emails, and definitely I want to speak with you, Jerry, and sometime next week. So I'll email you or call you and let you know. And I have to get off now.
And,
Um,
and before you go,
uh-huh.
I make a motion that you are the MVP of this meeting.
Come on.
Do I have any?
No way. That you guys are the heavy hitters. I am just a student. I'm just a frog over here.
We
But
all
thank
have
you.
our part. We all have our part. We're playing in this big.
But
I'm honored.
it's unanimously decided that you are MVP of the meeting. And thank you so much for help. Uh, you know, uh,
Absolutely.
Being on the meeting with us. And we will. You do have a mentor, and I'll be getting back with you this week. Thank you, Carol. You are the
I'm
MVP.
Hey, I'm so happy. Thank you. Thank you, and God bless you all, seriously.
All
And I
right.
will see you soon and be talking with you soon, okay?
Okay.
All
Okay. Sounds
right.
good.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
For this page, I just wanted to highlight, Jerry, at the bottom when we're talking about how many slaveholders were involved with the last name of Stinson. One man, all his children, where they relocated to. I'm able to, on this page, tell the story and highlight all of these possible connections that were connected to one family.
That's good. And you did that on WikiTree. You definitely couldn't do that on any of these other platforms.
Absolutely. Not to mention the
Nope.
links that's
Yeah,
going
I got you.
everywhere.
I got you,
In a
cuz.
way, I can see a story told. And so it's almost like writing a story and writing a book. You want to sit and think about, how do I structure this so that it can make sense? What link do I need to build to the next person? So it can be time consuming, but it is so worth it when you're looking
Yeah.
for a name and you start seeing this and it's your family.
Well, I see the outline. The outline starts with this wheel, and they talked about where they went,
Yes.
and I followed them from where they went.
Yep.
And then it was before they had the last names. Then after the last names, you had their names and what daughter they were with and what they did. And so I see what you mean by go with the information you have and then verify it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when it
And like with this, Jerry, that will that you have, you can put it on a free space page just like this. And as you add those individual people, you can link them to that will. Then you have their profiles. And as you're building your tree, eventually you're tying them all back to that free space page that has the will. So that's something you can't do anywhere else.
Yes, I see.
And
Yep.
for Martin, from Makaja, he's the enslaver. He's 18, I don't know, or he's 18 degrees. For me, he was 18. And now I can go in and I can find, it's a connection to me, right, Denise?
Yep.
And so now this is going to show me how I possibly could have been connected to him. This is that color line where it says it starts with me down here, goes to my grandmother, goes to my grandmother's dad, but then his brother was actually biracial in the Wickham name. So because his brother was a child of the one enslaver, we were a child of another enslaver. But so this is showing that connection back to Makaja. And one thing people are going to learn, we have 3 or 4 different connections to people. And WikiTree is amazing because when you start having more than one connection to a person, it'll say, oh, you and this person, you connect in more than one way. And you're like, oh, hold up. Let me see this next connection. Now your tree lines are starting to make sense, and that overlap you can see. You cannot see this in Ancestry whatsoever.
Yep. And this view is showing the shortest connection, like she said. But if you've got connections through another common ancestor, you can switch it up. There's selection buttons down below. You can switch it up, and it'll also give you a list of other people that are associated with you that you're connected to. So yeah. And you asked now, you can put me in there, Delbra, to see, because you were asking, I just saw this while you were talking, but how you and I are connected. So
what's your number?
It's Harden, HARDEN -1880.
I think I'm on the wrong way. So it's find connection or find relationship.
Well, that's me up there. Yeah.
There you are. So she's not a direct connection to me, but Denise, you're connecting again through that same Wickham line. That is my grandmother's father's brother.
Yeah.
So you connect to him, you connect to my grandmother's great uncle, not directly to us, but now I can see that connection that's hitting because of your free people of color and those white lines and how they're connected.
Well, but these are on my dad's side. Those free people in Alabama were my mother's side of the family. This is my dad's side of the family, and there is
Walter.
Yeah.
And they have alternative views, so you can see it, just in the line of flow. So you can't do none of this in WikiTree, cousin.
You are doing it in WikiTree. You can't do it anywhere else. Yeah.
You can't do it in Ancestry or anywhere else. So yeah, the developers they have here, I don't know if they're getting paid or not, but it's amazing.
They're not.
It's amazing.
They're all volunteer.
Giving of their time is amazing. So
yeah,
I just wanted to be able to show, to answer his question where he started, where can I build this story and build people out?
Yep.
It's amazing when they're, and what's amazing, if they're already in here, you just use their ID and link it to the person on your profile that you wanted to. The rest is done.
Yeah.
Because it's already in here. That's how it makes it easy. So there's a little learning curve, for you to just create the page, answer the sources, do it the right way. But after that, you flying with cooking grease.
And my tree would represent my my research.
Yes.
And then it collaborates with what is already there.
Yes. And that's that one tree they're talking about, which is amazing because there's so many segmented trees in Ancestry. And it took me 2 days. I was tracking some free people of color that connected to Melungeons and Europeans who were the first under the Gibson name. If you ever heard that surname, Gibson.
Yeah.
Ancestry had 8 pages with the same wrong information. And I'm like, but I'm looking at a deed. And the man in the deed said, I'm giving my grandson this slave. And I'm like, this is a deed, y'all. I got proof. And they had the wrong person as the grandfather. And I reached out to them. And they were like, can't help you. Oh, let me get a mentor. When I found all the proof I needed to find, and it took me a day and a half to find the right links, the right information. And I emailed Gina, yes. And I emailed Gina and I emailed to him and I said, I'm new to this. Now I'm new to you. I'm not new to this. I said, I'm new to this. So I got my mentor to help. but I think this is the right information. And he said, oh, we don't have that person in our family. Oh, so I disconnected the woman, put her in the right tree, and went on about my business.
Yeah.
So it is such a community of people willing to help you, support you in looking for our enslaved ancestors. My God, where you gonna get this from? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
every white person in Ancestry who won't call you, they probably over here in WikiTree with their Jed match in here. It can't get no better than that.
Yeah.
And you can see, Denise, I'm a hyper for WikiTree. I'm alongside with you.
All right.
But I got some work to add on I'm adding every one of my lines to all of the enslavers and all the resources that I pulled, because I want to really see my lines connect. Then all the research I'm gonna go back to adding that. But
That's awesome. Yeah. See, right now my focus is on the African American cemeteries in the churches. You know, getting those together and identifying those people. I felt so bad for Florida. A lot of those, especially the ones that used to live along the coast, because I mean, when it flooded down there, their graves were lost.
oh,
You know, so a lot of those, all we've got are records. The churches, a lot of the churches have those records. Yep.
honey, in Alabama, they went and purposely removed their ancestors out of the plantation cemetery, or the cemetery on the plantation where they live, took their enslavers out, their ancestors out, moved them to a whole nother private cemetery, and eradicated all of the headstones in the cemetery. Now it's nothing but nothing. Wow. And it's so frustrating because the people down there didn't care enough to fight for it. It is what it is.
Yeah, see, my family's got their own plot down there in Russellville. But yeah, that's Alabama is one of those. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do in Alabama. I've got all but maybe 10 counties covered, where we've identified African American cemeteries, but that's not saying that's all of them. I mean, you know, they're finding bodies every day. So
a lot of the churches also.
Yeah.
Big time, because where my ancestors are buried, Henry Anderson and his whole family, they've been doing this whole process of identifying everyone, but those churches had bad records, and now they're really trying to get it together and unmarked graves, that kind of thing. But yeah. But Jerry, the projects they have on WikiTree is amazing. They're all over the place, between plantations, free people. They're all over the place. If you're
Speaking about plantations, are the families, the descendants, still on some of the land of the, on the plantations? Is it still within the family?
In some cases, yes.
What kind of percentage are we looking at?
I haven't looked at those numbers. I can't say.
Will WikiTree help with that?
Well, I mean, we're documenting the plantations. We're documenting the owners of the plantations. When we find bills of sale or real estate records where the land was sold to someone else, we're including that in our documentation as ownership of the land.
Or it's in the the state records, the county records, the location like Russellville, they have records.
Yes, they do.
Some are online and some of them aren't.
Yes, the majority of them are not. So the challenge is finding someone locally that has the time to go look at those records. And it's not always that easy. I mean,
and actually know the terminology what to look for.
Not just the terminology. I can
surveys and the acres.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak for the folks in Russellville. Yeah, I can speak for the folks in Russellville. I mean, it's a small town. It's predominantly white, and you still have to watch where you step, if you know what I mean. You got to watch how you talk to people, how you greet people. You got to do it right, or you're not going to make any progress. Um, so you really need somebody who lives there locally, who understands how things work in that particular community to get the information you're after. I mean, yes, I mean, my grandmother's deceased. I still have cousins that live there. We still have farmland down there. But if my cousins weren't living there, I couldn't just make a trip down there and go to the local library and say, "Hey, I'm looking for this."
Really?
That's not going to happen in Russellville. No,
Lord.
it's not going to happen in Russellville. I mean, that was one of those towns. My one cousin recently passed away, and he was very well known down there. Um, and they had to have his funeral at the local high school because there was no place else large enough. You know, that's the kind of town that was. That gives you an idea of the size. You know, couldn't do it in a church. There wasn't one big enough. They had to have it all in the high school. You know, so it's
Correct.
just one of
Papa
those. And he
Alabama.
was well known. There were both black and white folks coming to his funeral. So now he was a major loss, especially for me trying to get information from down there.
Look like Bullitt County, Alabama. I'm looking at
Yep,
pictures of it on, on Google.
yep. I mean that's Alabama as a whole. You know, your local Piggly Wiggly.
Yep.
If there were any black folks working in Piggly Wiggly, they were in the back. They weren't cashiers at the register. You know, that kind of thing.
Is that
So
then or now?
now,
No.
yes,
Boy, oh boy.
I'm sorry, it's Winn Dixie now. Piggly Wiggly is gone. It's Winn Dixie. Yep, I was just there last year. Yep. So, but anyway,
Jesus.
this has been good.
Thank
Once
you.
Thank you,
again,
Jerry.
Jerry.
Thank you, Denise. I'm glad we finally had a chance to chop it up.
Yeah.
On this format, we're at home. We're in our studies. We accomplished a lot.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we
Yeah.
got you excited. We had to double team you.
I'm thankful. Thank you so much, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I have the information. I'll be going over it, and I'll be sending the recording out. And thanks for your suggestions. That's why when I'm around winners, I ask questions.
Bless your heart.
I sure do.
Yeah.
And how are you gonna know if you don't ask?
That's
This is
true.
true. This is true. Hey, Gracie sent me her number and I think I have misplaced it.
Okay.
Can you send me her phone number?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Because she wanted me to call her.
When?
Well, I mean, this was all in the last week. She sent me something and asked me to call her.
Okay, I
And
send
I
it.
said, okay. And I got busy and I haven't been able to call her. And
Okay,
now I can't find her number.
okay, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, gang. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You made a difference. Everyone's made a difference. It's all
Yep.
good. It's all God.
Yep. This Gracie Miller I'm talking about, right? Not this one that just left, but Gracie Miller.
Oh, Gracie did.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different person.
I know. That's why I better correct that.
Thank
So
you
it
for
was,
doing that.
yeah, the other Gracie that didn't show up tonight.
Yeah, I'll get that information to you.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Denise, I wanted to tell you the privacy. My mom isn't in Wiki. I can't change her at all.
Okay. So
That was
what
the challenge I had because
what
she's
color
a
she got?
she's totally like private. She's a living non-member, so she's unlisted.
Ah,
or
is
other
is
people.
can you see who the profile manager is?
It's me. It's me.
But
But
you
I
can't
can't
change it?
because she's not a member of Wiki.
But you should be able to. Oh, you know what? You know what? That's one of those living people. You came in after the fact. And so WikiTree has made that. You will have to contact the WikiTree team and ask them to give you access because that is your mother.
Okay.
And then they should accommodate you.
No, I can probably edit her profile, but she says totally unlisted where no one can find her. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but if you can edit her profile, you should be able to change the privacy on her profile. So
I'll
if you
try.
cannot do that, you
Reach out.
need to reach out to the WikiTree team.
Okay.
Do you have their email address?
Is it the info? Just a regular info or is
Yes.
it something different?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
WikiTree info, I think it is.
Info at WikiTree. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank
Have a
you so
good week.
much.
You're welcome.
It's therapeutic.
Yes, it is. See ya.
See you, cuz. Very informative meeting. Learned a lot, shared a lot. Uh, people are interested in their history, where they came from, who they are, and that means a lot to be able to be a part of that and sharing information. That is acres of diamonds in this DNA, and it makes me happy and thankful to be able to be a part of this journey of reconstructing the family. It's all good. It's all good.